What is this? I don't know what this is. Am I not live? That's odd. Okay. Let me do this. Is now it better? You may be able to hear me, and it may just be all screwed up. What is happening? Oh, I don't know what that was. Let me see. What is happening? Oh, it might have been because I had that up. That makes sense. My bad. My bad. Okay, so I've been trying to figure out the pinned comment, but it looks like when I did that, it like created this rumble image. I'm not sure. Oh, look! My chat did work though. Hi, Jessie. Hi, Best One, the Cinderace. So do you see that? Maybe I should have made it not transparent background. I really can't fix that now, but it's, I guess it's on, I don't know which side, this side, because my camera's flipped, so you can see the chat. Hi! So do you like that? What do you guys think of the chat? I could probably put it with maybe a slightly less transparent background, or I could change the color of the text. I didn't realize the text was darn it. I don't think I can do that while I'm live. Can I? Let me look. I'm gonna look at my CSS code right now really quick, see if I can find it. Yes, I have the background, the overflow. Background. Chat history. Well, I don't have a CSS. I don't have anything in my code about the font, which I was wanting to see if the font size would be okay. So I guess next time I can adjust that. I wonder if I have a background color in here. If I just have it. Oh, I have it a linear gradient of nothing. I should have thought harder about this. I didn't think about the fact that I have a white background, and I didn't think the text color would turn white. That's annoying. Oh well. Yeah. So it can be black. Like, I wonder though, can I change it here, or is this just, you know, this is why. So you can see I did some preparation, but yeah, that's unfortunate. Hi, Davis Course. Hello. Darn it. But thank you, Jesse. It is a step up. Do you guys like seeing the chat on the screen? I wasn't sure if that would be something useful or not as I go through. I did have the pin message thing up, but whenever I pin it, I'm gonna look at it again and see. You may see like a rumble something or other. Let's see. I don't know what that was. It was really weird. I don't know, maybe not. Maybe that was just a weird start. Maybe that was just the start. It's fun figuring things out together. Okay, if the screen gets really weird, you'll know it's because I pressed a button. But right now, okay, I'm gonna try something. Did this do anything? Let's see. Because I tried to make it, to pin a comment. Oh, there it is. Okay, well that's an unfortunate position. But look, the background is dark, so I guess, oh man. So yeah, I will not be pinning comments tonight. But look, I kind of did it. Could I maybe change it while I'm in here? Like, let's look. Let's go to my pinned comment, and let's see. Can I, oh look. Oh, that didn't work out. This really, oh, I probably should have changed the, what do we want it to be? Do we want it to be the width of like 1920 but the height of 300? Will that just smash me? Yeah. Oh well. Oh well. This is just gonna be not for tonight, I guess. But yeah, that's not as bad. Okay, well, you know, we'll live with it like this for tonight. How do we feel about that, guys? Is this okay? Can you see it? So yes, I am gonna try reading every message, but I figure you guys can see where I'm at. Some people aren't on YouTube, so the chat might be useful. Not as much today, with the white on the white, but as you can see, I do have the ability to make something with a darker background. I just thought like I was being fancy and making it transparent, and some things just don't work out. So, but look, I feel like this is a major upgrade. Do you like the pinned comments? So if I'm actually talking about a comment, I could pin it, and I feel like that's useful. So yeah, let me know what you feel about that setup. Let me know. So that was an annoying thing to set up. I'm a little disappointed about the text color, and that I didn't at least put a CSS code in there so that I could have a space that I could just quickly change the color. Could have done it quickly if I had the foresight to do that. So next time. But hello, welcome everybody that is here already, and all the lurkers, because I see there's other people watching, but I see only a few of you in the chat, which is for the best. No offense to the people watching. It's hard to, I go through every comment. I try to. Tonight may be short. I am really exhausted, and I actually have a whole lot of work to do after this, and I have a few meetings early in the morning, so I have to prep for those tonight. Otherwise, then I have to get up even earlier. I don't know, so. And my brain is not fully focused. I've been really, really tired. I've been distracted. Good distractions and bad ones, so not all stressful. But the topic that I have, which I actually have to go check. These are why we have producers, but when you're your own producer. Oh, look, it did change it. I'm checking on the YouTube member. The last time it was just like the testing. That was my fault. It was my fault because I changed all the thumbnail, and I changed everything. I swear I did. And then I forgot to press save. So it was just sitting there at the bottom of the Rumble Studio, like all updated, but never actually pressed save. So everywhere it went, it showed like the old like testing, even though it was a whole topic about women, and I was prepared for that topic. This one I'm less prepared for, but if you look at my post, Driss Crab, who is not here yet unless he's just lurking, he sent in something earlier today that I didn't get a chance to really look at. So Driss Crab, I will look at that later, maybe for a next stream. But Best One the Cinderace sent a little message because I was asking what should I talk about, what should I rant about, and he mentioned the rusting. So that's what this title is about. Obviously the whole thing's probably not going to be about that. I didn't have a whole lot of time to look it up and to get any details on it, so sorry about that. But that is a preliminary topic, but it actually is an interesting topic that I may do a standalone video when I go back to that at some point. But I figured you can let me know, do you prefer me doing lives and then figuring out how to cut different small videos from the lives? Because I'm putting more time into doing the live. And if I don't do lives, I could do more video on demands, which are more thoughtful and more well thought out versus thoughtful. I don't know. I have more time to think about them and to think about how I'm going to present it, and then to edit it accurately, and I'm not going back and forth with comments. So there's those options. So let me know which one you would prefer if you like the lives, because then I still want to do video on demand, so I cut up the lives, and they're a little all over the place sometimes, but it gives me a chance to do the lives. If I don't do lives, I could do more good video on demand. So just let me know your preference. I like the lives, but it's a lot of work to do everything on the side as a hobby, and I want to enjoy it, so I want to not do too much. So, oh, Dr. M69, hello, I haven't seen you in a few streams. This seems good as long as you also read them out loud for people who are listening. Also, oh, I'm going to try this. This seems good as long as you also read them out loud for people who are listening. Also, hi, I don't know if I will be around for long tonight, but I want to drop in. Hi, Dr. M69. Hello. Okay, so... Oh, that's good to know. Grounded for... Oh, around for long. Okay, so I need to go to my OBS and fix this really quickly. These are... Okay. Is that better? That's better. It was cutting it off. You know, testing. All right. But still, the pins, I am proud. But now, like, I need to figure out, because I have the chat going over it, you know, it is what it is. So, here we go. I honestly wonder, oh, I'll deal with that later, but Jessie, hope you're well today and get caught up on rest when you can. I'm trying, Jessie, thank you. This topic is about not resting a little bit. So, best one, the Cinderella's turn. Oh, hi, Ivan. Before I get into this, hi, Ivan. I prefer you making reaction videos. They could be about music, movies. It gives good incomes. Oh, well, great. Thank you, Ivan. So yeah, reaction videos are something, I guess, I mean, I don't know that they're reaction videos, but I think that's what you're talking about, like the things about, yeah, because I guess some people, they play something and then they react to it, and that's what I think about reaction videos, but I guess you're talking like commentary videos, so yeah. I totally get that, so I will keep all these into account. I am trying to cut the video on demand. I have a friend who was telling me I should try chunking, you know, my rants a little better. I don't know if my brain will ever be able to do that since I do go through all of these. So, best one, we like hearing you talk either way. Thank you. I like talking to you guys though. So Dr. M69, it does fit beautifully. I will change where my, here, let's change my chat a little bit. So when I pin a message, it's a little less, I guess I should have adjusted in my settings. I don't know. We'll see how that one looks. Okay, so let's see. We have Ivan right here. That's a long one. Let's see what it looks like, everybody, as we test this all out. Oh, look, best one came up. Okay, so this one is still a little bit, yeah, still a little bit. There we go. I don't know, now all the font's small. I will fix my font and make it better. I will do this, guys. I'm gonna, one day, all of this will work out. I don't know. This is just a hobby. I'm figuring it all out, but hopefully you don't mind all of this. Okay, so best one, the Cinderella's, we like hearing you talk. Thank you very much. And then trying to figure out how to pin and unpin. Fits beautifully now. You guys are so encouraging and patient with me. This is why I do these with you guys. I enjoy it so much better. And again, I've told you that this is my social time. So, you know, I guess when I'm talking to myself, I am technically talking and no one else is talking, but I'm not talking to myself like I am on my other recorded videos. So we will see. I will work this out, but now that I know that all of this stuff works, I'll probably make the text color different rather than making the background, because then you won't be able to see my hand gestures as much. So instead of making the background of the chats like a darker color, I'll probably try to change the chat to like a black or something blue. I don't know. We'll see what it comes out. But yes. Oh, that's actually funny. Let's go to this one. And I just realized I don't have to unpin. Before I can pin, I can just pin a new one and it replaces it. So all the things we learned together. So this is awesome. Now we can write naughty words on the screen. It is true. And since I don't curse, you guys are going to be the ones who will say that stuff. So yeah, you can. And I will try to actually put it up when I'm reacting or talking to you. So I'm really going to try this, guys. Okay, so best one, the Cinderace. This is you. This is the last thing he sent to me. But I don't have, oh look, Mr. International. this is Best One the Cinderace who gave this topic for today, and he put it. I posted something about not knowing what to talk about because I've been too focused on work. I haven't had a chance to just be disappointed in society for a few days. So I needed to know something to talk about. And so his idea was rusting out, which I had to look up. He explained it a little bit in the post. So let's go to the post and say, the post says, there's a new workplace term called rusting out. It's similar to burnout, but instead of completely giving up, it's the bare minimum at work. It means not doing anything beyond your job description, even if your manager asks. So, and then rusting out versus burning out in the workplace. So that is the topic that I came in with. And let's go real quick. Mr. International, hello. Elena, I've been away. I know. I haven't seen you. Were you on vacation? I hope you were getting rest and away for a good reason. But I wanted to let you know Manosphere Highlights Daily had an entire episode dedicated to you. I saw it, and I saw a few people. Stanley, he's a new member, and he came from there. So, yes, I have some very nice people that have come from being highlighted on Manosphere Highlights Daily. And that's funny. So, Adam Bailey watches that, as well as, I guess, you, Mr. International One. So, that is very nice that you saw that. And I was really pleased too. You say that he did a really nice job making me shine. That's a nice way to put it. That's very sweet. But I was nervous. I am not here to get a bunch of people reacting to my stuff. I don't always say things well. So when I did watch it, and I was like nervous the whole time, like, oh my gosh, because these are real people who do this as a living, and they do reactions, and it was about Manosphere, and I was talking about men and women and the rom-com situation, how it ruined women, and I felt like a little vindicated. Like, I guess I've figured something out. Not really like it took a genius, but I guess paying attention and observing and trying to put it into words, and they were really, really nice about it. So shout out to them. They have a lot of subscribers, so you probably have already heard of them if you came from any Manosphere, but I thought that was really nice of them, and they were very kind. So thank you for mentioning that and saying a nice thing about it, but also thank you to that channel. That was really nice. And then Dr. M69, he has not heard this phrase. We were talking technically about rusting out, although I have not gotten to the topic yet. So Dr. M69 says, I have not heard this phrase before, and Best One the Cinderace. It is similar to quiet quitting in the workplace. Okay, so let's keep this up for a minute. What I looked at, well, I want to first differentiate this like burnout thing. And I'm not going to have maybe the nicest thoughts about this. I don't know that I'm the most sensitive about this. I have been sick and have to deal with physical issues in the workplace. So, it's sort of, I understand like not being able to toughen up, I understand physiologically being absolutely fried. I understand being stressed out, having so much cortisol under so much pressure from work and from being ill at work that it caused even extra, what you could call actual burnout. I've probably experienced the clinical term of burnout before, and that really was a physical thing. So I've only experienced probably like twice that it was physically like I was like not just running on empty. This was not running on fumes. Like I was like unable to function. I had brain fog. It was like apathetic depression, sure, that sort of stuff, but it was really like even trying to think, and my nerves were fried to the point where if I got a notification like a ding on my phone, it would like I would have like a jolt of pure electricity through my body, and my nerves, like I would be shaking, and like it was bad. So I would call that like completely fried, completely burnt out and it is a clinical thing where I feel like most people, it's a corporate buzzword that most people throw around, and they discount actual people who are dealing with burnout. And the thing about the people who usually say they're burnt out, usually these are people who can go to HR and get a year-long paid sabbatical. So I believe that the people who are actually experiencing real burnout are likely the people who cannot stop. Who, I'm not saying nobody in corporate, because some of them, are actually working really hard, but many people, I feel like they just use it. These are people who order avocado toast. I've done it before, but that's a privileged lifestyle, right? So this is a luxury to be able to say I'm burnt out. I think a lot of people who are experiencing actual burnout cannot have the luxury of even mentioning it. They just keep going. It's just like depression. People who talk about being depressed, I feel like, that's a hard thing. I think depression is a quiet sort of tormentor, right? People generally, when they're experiencing these actual real things, are trying to hide it, and they're trying to push through it, and they can't just take a year off with pay. A side note, if I was in a company, like as a head, I would not be giving paid sabbaticals. Bless you, take a break if you need a break, but the thought of like, okay, so now you have to hire someone. Is it a temporary contract that you hire someone just to take over for a little? No, you go, you rest, you go do your life, deal with your stuff, and you can come back. Maybe there we'll find a place for you, but I'm not saving your job and paying you and paying another person to do your job while you go on your sabbatical. I just that's a company policy I now have in my fake future company. So just so you know, if you're going to be employed, I'll make sure I say it during the interview. We don't do that here. If you're burnt out, you should get some clinical help, and we'll replace you. Like, I don't know what the legal stuff is. I know there's some things like if you get to a point, and I guess you have to, like, I mean, there's certain things like with alcoholism and different things that you can't, like, obviously maternity leave is not the same thing. So there are things. So before people come out, this is just my thought on sabbaticals. I don't agree with that. That's a very cushy lifestyle that you're able to do that. And I've known several people who have taken year-long sabbaticals with pay. So yeah. I'm a little jealous about that, but at the same time, as a company, I just don't understand it. And are they that, if you can do without them for a year, maybe they seemed really important at first, but by the end of that year, you're probably regretting having paid an entire year salary to someone not doing anything when someone else or multiple people were able to pick up the slack. So that is just something that is interesting to note. Where am I? Let me see where we're at. Okay, let's go to Dr. M69 real quick. A lot of people don't pay attention these days. Sounds like a low bar, but clearing it still gets you ahead of many in the world. So this is you talking about what Best One the Cinderace had said about it, similar to quiet quitting in the workplace. So the burnout thing is already overused. And again, I think it is overused by a group of people who have a luxury to talk about psychological states online or to their HR to like get wellness benefits. I think it's used to get perks. Okay, so I do believe burnout exists, and I think I might have experienced it once or twice possibly, but I don't think that is something that most of the people who are actually experiencing physical, mental burnout likely are not talking about it or getting any breaks or wellness benefits from their jobs for it. So that is one thing. I also think, so resting out, when I looked at it, I looked it up. Resting out was talking about people who, not just that they're quiet quitting for like stress reasons, which burnout is really about overstress, too much. The actual burnout physiologically, it's too much stress, too much cortisol. You're in fight or flight for too long, your body starts breaking down mentally, physically, emotionally, and you get apathetic, you can get depressed. It presents in different ways, but that would be the actual burnout. Now, resting out, when I looked it up, it seemed like some people use resting out because they're not challenged enough at work. So it has a few different meanings. Some people might actually be stressed and just like in a stage of wanting to check out and do that bare minimum. Other people, it seems like they're using it because, oh, they're not challenged, or like they're apathetic about work, they don't enjoy the work. I feel like rusting out is just people giving an excuse to be lazy, adding another wellness term that they can go to HR and get some sort of perk about it, because everyone is treated like coddled like babies nowadays, and HR doesn't want to get in trouble for whatever reason. Resting out is not in the DSM. It's not in something where HR needs to care. If you are doing the bare minimum, as far as bare minimum of like just what your job description is, I think that's just your job description. I'm not sure that should even be called bare minimum. That's just, you're doing your job. If you're doing your job but not doing extra things that your manager asks, because like sometimes there's other tasks that come along that aren't exactly in your description, and you're getting by with that, well, you're not doing really your job. So maybe that is bare minimum to not get fired for not actually doing your full job, which I believe if your manager asked you to do a task, that is part of your job. So that's just a thought process off the top, because again, I didn't have a whole lot of time to research this or think about it. But it's sort of like, maybe this is not a good analogy, because like tip culture, like a gratuity is a gratuity. I don't feel like you should ever be required to tip. Now, I tip. I do tip very well. I do it because give and it shall be given unto you. Good measure, pressed down, shaken together, and running over. Okay, so I give because I want to give to people, because that's like, I'm supposed to serve people. You're supposed to give. You're blessed to be a blessing, right? You're not blessed to hold on to everything. You're supposed to bless people, and the more you bless, it's like sowing and reaping as well. So there's a lot of reasons to give a gratuity. Also, if someone does a good job and you want to, like, I give tips regardless. Some people give tips based on actually what was done well. That's a fair thing, and that's their life choice of how they want to give a gratuity. It is not wrong for a person not to tip, in my opinion. If you paid for your meal, you didn't even do the bare minimum. You purchased a product and paid for what you got. Like, it's not your job to fund a person's job. They need to be paid better. But gratuities, I think, are very important. I think the tip culture requiring or treating someone poorly because they didn't tip is ridiculous, or expecting tips. I mean, that's weird. I don't think that, you see videos and you never know what's real or not, but it does seem like there are people who will call you out for only giving, like, someone that you probably seen this. There was a video where it looked like it was from a Ring camera, but who knows. And some guy, he got a pizza and then he paid like a $4 tip on it. He clearly didn't get a huge meal. I feel like the $4 was at least 15 to 20%. So that's a fine tip. That's a decent tip, but the person asked for it. They already had received the tip. And I think it's weird when you can tell what tip you get prior to giving the service, because you have to like pre-tip now. And I understand the people who they want to tip for good service. So, I think it's odd that you have to pre-tip. But I know like stuff like Uber will let you tip afterwards, and that's nice for those people. But they shouldn't be able to see your tip prior to. But the person called him out and was like, because she was like, oh, are you gonna tip? And he was like, I did tip. And she was like, $4. He's like, yeah. And she's like, oh, okay. And then she, was pretty butthurt about it. She like walked away and was like, $4 as like before the door was shut. Well, like, how weird passive aggressive is that? Like, get a different job if that, like, I think that people are really entitled at this point, and so I don't think tips are like that. So I don't know if that's a good analogy of what bare minimum kind of is. Like, if a boss asked you to do something extra, to me that doesn't even seem like a tip. That seems like I'm doing my job because my manager needs me to do my job, and sometimes that is extra tasks. If you're not going above and beyond for your teammates, that's the gratuity, right? And I believe in any work environment, it's great to be a team player and do extra stuff, but it's not necessarily required, and I wouldn't call you like doing poorly at your job. I think if an employer decides that you're not doing a job well because you're not going the above and beyond, then they need to change their job description and make that in the description. So I guess when you're saying that someone might, not do something that a manager asks extra, well, that feels like you're then not actually doing your job. But it looks like resting out also has to do with people who just, you do a job for a little while and it's just like a relationship. You're excited about it, and then after a little while, the emotional excitement and the newness wears off, and then you're just in a job, in a relationship, and then you have to make active choices and you have to deal with, psychologically, why am I, bummed? Is it just because I don't have the puppy love feeling? Well, you kind of got to get over that, be an adult, and you make commitments for reasons more than just your emotional feel good in the early stages, right? And I'm not saying, I think in a relationship you're generally emotionally attached in some ways, but I think even in a relationship you have to work at that to keep those things alive, to actively enjoy each other. I think that's an important part of a relationship, and I think in a job you would need to psychologically prepare for the time that's going to be after the honeymoon stage of your job, and then you're just in your job. And I don't understand, most people don't realize that a lot of jobs are actually not like careers and lifestyles and super fulfilling. Sometimes jobs are just to get money, and then the thing that can fulfill you is outside of your job. And I think in our culture we forget the fact that the jobs, sometimes people it's all their life and it's their career and they love it, but most of the time a job is just going to be a job that you have to do, and then your fulfillment in life, your happiness in life can be from other things, or even within your job, how you treat other people, or it can be fun to add extra challenges to your job if you're not feeling challenged. So to say you're not feeling challenged or fulfilled with your job, well, then you should probably within your job start going the above and beyond. Make yourself like goals, make yourself challenges, and I think that is a healthy way to interact with a job, or find another job that's going to be fulfilling. But I have a feeling that the people who are unfulfilled after a little, like you're just not, maybe you don't have the skill set to get a job that is going to make you fulfilled. A lot of times, say you get an internship, say you get the entry level, you start at a job that is less fulfilling, more paperwork, more of the grunt work, but then you move up and you can start doing the more fulfilling jobs. I think about it like, this is a weird reference, but on the Hills, which I like, the reality TV show. So Heidi got a job at Bolt House Entertainment, and that's a PR place, and she wanted to be at the events and wanted to help run the events and all of that. Well, she was doing a desk job at first, and she was really upset about that. She was like, I don't know, like this isn't what I signed on for. And he's like, like this is where you start. We can't just throw you out on the field right now. Like you work up to that position that is the fun, fulfilling position. I think that's a lot of jobs, but I imagine the people that are rusting out are the people who are just lazy and not wanting to do extra to make themselves either challenged. And if rusting out, because when I researched it really didn't seem like it was as much about being super stressed at work. It was just being more apathetic at work. And, I think a lot of people are. When we need to get out of the mindset that like our work is the thing, and most jobs are not the most fulfilling things in the world. That's just not, you can't look outward for that fulfillment, especially in a work environment. And most things, like you hang your hat on that. And I mean, these corporations, these companies, these jobs, like they either, they may fold, they may not be able to keep you on, they may just lay you off for whatever reason. Like you can't put everything and all your happiness into your job. It is very stressful to not have a job. It is very stressful sometimes to be overworked. So I'm not discounting the fact that there are real things. I do think burnout is a real thing. I just don't think the people who are experiencing it are the ones that are talking about it. Same with depression. I think it's a real thing. I think it's very rare for a person with depression to actually talk about it unless they're opening up and discussing it, like even like this. But I mean, it's the same with the postpartum depression. There's a difference between postpartum depression and postpartum psychosis. We've been learning that this week. Most people are confusing the two. And there's also a difference between just being a new parent, new mother, and being stressed out and actually having postpartum depression. There is a difference. I don't think these people have done their research and they look ridiculous, because there is a huge difference. I have had a sister who has experienced postpartum depression, and I don't know if all of them did, but I know one specifically did, and it was difficult, but that was a separate thing from the stress of the new motherhood. There was two things. My throat's been rough, guys. I've been talking too much. I mean, obviously not on here, but in life and meetings and things. So that's my thought, I guess, on resting out. But let's see what your thoughts are. Where are we? A lot of people, okay, so that's the low bar. And then, suffering in silence. Yes, I do believe, like, that's something I said, best one, the Cinderace. That is something I do believe most people are silently suffering with these things. Those are the people who are likely really experiencing these things. They generally don't have time to come online and talk about it. Unless, again, they're trying to do a support group, but it's usually not people on TikTok. Or, when you go to your HR and you talk about burnout, you're likely just trying to get your wellness perks from your office. It is a manipulation tactic using real issues, using real words. And that's why I say the postpartum videos and all these people acting like they have postpartum depression. It's a very real thing that is now being conflated into these other things. And it's discounting the people who are actually not only dealing with the stress of having a child, which is not easy, but also doing that with the postpartum depression, which is a very real, very hard thing to deal with. Also very different from postpartum psychosis. Just like, we need to start looking these things up before we just post everything online. But yeah, so that's what I am thinking as far as the resting out and the burnout stuff would be. Most people, I don't think resting out's a thing. I think that you're just being lazy or thinking that your work needs to fulfill you. Like, learn to be an adult. We've got to move forward. Not everything in life is going to be fulfilling. We have to do certain things to be a member of society. You could go be a hippie or something somewhere in a commune. Maybe you'll feel fulfilled then, but you have to do work in communes. So I don't know, maybe not. Okay, Dr. M69 says, I'm going to make my first bad word on the screen. Depression is blanking awful. There isn't a nice way to phrase that. Dreadfully isolating, and the majority of people have no idea how to handle it. I agree, Dr. M69. You guys are just going to really enjoy putting your cuss words on the screen, which is totally fine. As long as I don't have to say them, I am fine. So, I have experienced depression, and I do experience it. I think I've said it before. I had been diagnosed very young with a mild state of manic depression, which now they call bipolar disorder. Completely not a medically needed type. So there's a spectrum, and it's a very manageable one. I manage it with changes in behavior. However, depression is hard. It is a hard thing to deal with. It is very isolating. You don't talk about it. I don't talk about it with my family. It's like you just try to be normal, and it's almost impossible to be or feel normal. Getting out of bed, doing those things is physically painful. It's hard to express because it's not like I have but it's physically painful. So I don't know what it's not like a knife is in me, but there's like this dull, like there's a pain about like doing things. And when you try to do stuff, your efficiency is so poor. Like you can't function, and you're like, it's a very, like, even you couldn't even just watch TV. That's the thing. Like it wasn't even like I could sit down and just veg out. It's not like that. It is a miserable thing. And the only way that I can get out of it, for me, is to force myself very hard, but force myself to do things and do things. And it's tormenting. It sucks. But eventually you battle it through that behavior. So I know that some people have to deal with it and they do medications and things. Mine, I can deal with it with behavioral changes, but it is very difficult. So I definitely agree that it is, most people do not understand depression or wouldn't even know how to deal with it. And I don't even have the extreme type that I'm sure, like, if this is what I have, that's the mild, that I can deal with it with behavior changes. Even sometimes it will take a week, 2 weeks. I've had it for months before. It's been very difficult. I didn't have a luxury of being able to stop working. So, and there's going to be different reasons that can trigger it as well. It's not just, a bad breakup or different things. A lot of times it happens from chronic issues, whether it's a chronic illness or just the chronic stress of something, the chronic rejection of feeling of something. So it can happen from a long-standing thing that is just over and over, one more thing. It's a very hard thing that I think most people are ashamed to talk about. That's not something I like to talk about. I'm a pretty well put together person in a lot of ways, but some of that is just what you show people. There's a lot of stuff going on inside of people that we don't want to show, not because we're not being ourselves, but it's like, like, how do you even describe that to people? And a lot of times it's really isolating because other people don't understand. And so that if you tried to explain it, they just wouldn't get it. And that is something that happens, in my family and things. So let's see. Oh, Dr. M69 said, no, that was responding to you commenting on not being a genius, but figuring stuff out just by paying attention. Oh, okay, so let's look. Okay. So he said, a lot of people don't pay attention these days. Sounds like a low bar, but clearing it gets okay, so it actually worked in the way I said it about a lot of people don't work very hard, do the bare minimum at their job, and they still get by because that's actually better than most people. But you're saying that just me paying attention. I mean, really, bar's low, guys. But if we all just try to pay attention, we're going to be better than most people in life. We're going to be more successful, and we'll understand more about what's going on and how to relate to other people more than anyone else. So let's see. Driss Crab, did you ever experience a predatory, competitive social environment in radio? Competitive social. I've experienced that with women, but not in radio. There's not very many women in radio. I guess maybe there was one situation that you could have said there was that in there, but most of the time, I mean, I was executive producer and I trained a lot of interns, and there was lots of female interns, and I didn't notice a big competition. Maybe there's competition for them to get on the air. They wanted, to get on the air, but it was a pretty nice environment, and I was training them, so I wasn't like trying to keep them down. I was trying to get them jobs. One of them ended up replacing me for a little while when I left, like before they got a new executive producer. She came in, and I had been training her for a while, and I was happy to. And so I'm really happy when people get ahead and get their jobs, but I guess there is if you feel like you can't measure up, you might feel more competitive and do that. I feel more of that predatory, that competitive social environment. I feel like predatory, is that more like possessive, or is it like, I'm not sure the predatory mixes with what I'm thinking in that, but like a single white female kind of thing, like someone's trying to like come and steal. What was that thing? Someone steal your destiny? If anyone saw the Rotten Mango thing, it was crazy. Destiny Stealers, yeah, which seems like a fancy way to just say someone who's trying to like take over your life. It was a rotten mangoes. I don't know if I said tomatoes, but I meant mangoes. Rotten mangoes. It was a recent one about the TikToker who was unalived on live TikTok. She was an influencer, and there's like a chance that it was, or she was like talking about the alleged things about it being her best friend who actually set up the hit on her and things. So it's a very interesting episode I did watch. I feel like women do that to each other. Again, as a woman, I don't feel like maybe I experienced the same things that men did, so I can't tell you what the men did in that situation. But I also feel like I was protected. I never like got hit on, and there was so many men all around, so many guys, whether it was a celebrity or any of these like, higher ups and any people just around. And you hear a lot of the stories, and I once like said to one of my friends, he was a male, like this, I've never had that happen. I've never had anyone hit on me at work or in this. And he was like, oh, you 100% have. You just didn't notice. And so when I guess you don't respond the right way, they like move along. So I guess I was like naive. So if I did have someone who was being competitive or social, or even someone predatory, or a man hitting on me, like I didn't know. I was also very protected by my show. There were very good guys on the show, and they were protective, so I'm sure that I was surrounded by decent people that wouldn't have that issue. The host, there wasn't any competition between us. I mean, I wasn't trying to be on the air, so the female co-host, we were friends. There was nothing competitive about that. So again, it could have been because there's not a whole lot of women in radio, but I think if you're insecure about your place, that would probably be where the competition comes in. It's great. I think it's great to have a competitive edge. I think it's great to work really hard, to want to be the best, but to do that because you want to be better than a specific person, it's like you're trying to take their job. I don't know. It was never like Devil Wears Prada, okay? We didn't have that situation in radio. Maybe in a more women-centric environment, that might have been an issue, but and even like the higher ups, there were women. One of my we had several bosses, so there was like an EVP and a VP of the company. Those were women, and they were all very encouraging. None of them were trying to, keep anyone down. They were and they were encouraging to all the genders, so it wasn't just to women. So I never really had any competitive situation like that. So I guess no. Yes, that's my answer. Let's see. So that was Driss Crab. Best one, the Cinder Ace. Did I put it up? Okay. It like moves the screen around when I pin, so then I lose my spot. I see. So best one, the Cinder, I see. And helicopter parents are now also in the workplace, making sure their child isn't stressed out at work. I mean, that is insane. Are you actually seeing that? The younger generations have had to deal with some really bad parents. I think we've all had poor parenting, but this has been a space where I have seen, and you don't know what's super real or what's just trying to rage bait you, but I have seen where people have their parents do their resumes, their parents come to job interviews with them, their parents negotiating job stuff with them, their parents, like, I don't know how anyone gets a job like that, but I don't know how they're successful in life like that. I don't know. And there's this one person that my mom works with, and she, like, my mom did like tutoring and things, and she had a son, and she was very much like, not a helicopter, but like very much like the type of mom and son situation that a woman sort of like, maybe we shouldn't hang out, because their mom was really in their life, but he ended up being a doctor, and so obviously she wasn't able to help him with that. So I mean, the whole helicopter parent, like, he ended up having a relationship and a I guess, a girlfriend now and stuff, and, separating from his mother as he's graduated and all of these things, but she was really like all about it for a while. But still, the people who are actually inside the workplace, I can't understand, because that seemed extreme. Just, the amount that she was in his life and always checking up on him and all of that stuff prior to him being in a relationship. And then I guess his girlfriend was like, let's not do this. And, you grow up and you sort of can distance in that way. But the whole, like, in your workplace, negotiating wellness time, like having your mom call in sick for you, it's crazy talk. Now, I can understand, if you're not well or you're in the hospital or like something where your parent is speaking for you, just as a parent does, they take that natural role. But in your work environment, maybe your parent is telling you you need a break. Then that's your job to go do. Like, if someone came to me and was like, their mother came to me to talk about their mental health, I would say, no problem. I'm going to just go ahead and let them go. Let them go deal with that stuff. Like, that's what my reaction would be if your parent, I mean, I'm not the boss of anyone right now, but I would not be having that. That's crazy. That is crazy. So Dr. M69 says, I have mixed feelings about tipping, but it's gone too far in recent years. So I do think tipping is important. I think we should tip. I think it's a nice thing to do. It's nice. It's not at any point required. It's a gratuity. And so I think expecting tips everywhere you go is odd, and that's entitled, and it's stupid. And feeling you have to tip is also stupid. So the people who are getting like really upset about, no offense to you, Dr. M69, I'm not saying you, because it doesn't sound like you were crashing out about it, but the people who are just like, I'm never gonna tip again, like, well, maybe you've been buying into this entitled stuff a little too much. I don't tip for things that don't make sense to tip for, but I do tip for things, and I do tip for things even if I didn't get good service, because again, I think I explained that earlier, that's just my mindset. Given, it shall be given unto you. It's sowing and reaping. You need to bless people. So I see tipping as a way that I can give someone money or bless them without being awkward about it. Like walking down the street just giving people money, I mean, it's probably a nice thing to do, but it just seems a little weird. But in tipping, I can do that. So, and I do it for like deliveries, but I also do it for pickup. And if you don't do it for pickup because you're thinking of tipping as more of a gratuity, that is totally normal. There's nothing wrong with that. So I think anyone feeling pressured to tip, just stop. Stop feeling pressured. Tip when it's appropriate to you. And if someone's upset at you about it, okay. Like, who cares? It's probably not something you're going to see again. So I don't know. I agree that the entitlement tipping culture is out of hand. Like, the people who think that they're entitled to tips is weird. And tips are gratuity. They're on top of what you're actually already paying, should never be required. Is it a nice thing to do in certain situations? Yes. Do I think, like, when you have movers come, I think you should tip. There are certain things that I've learned over the years that are the appropriate things to tip for. When you're in a hotel, after, not every single day, but, when you leave the hotel, and you check out, you generally will leave a little tip for the cleaning people, those sort of things. Those are extra nice things, not required things. Those are additional things so you can bless someone, make someone's day better, right? Like, you shouldn't have to tip. If you are in an Uber and you're taking a ride, I do tip, but I do find you shouldn't have to. Is not the ride the job? So I think this is just a way for companies to not pay enough, and then like we're supposed to pay. It's just like socialism and all that. Like when you're a hippie and you're like, hey, free love, let's like not pay for anything. When you're doing this, like, someone is paying for it. No one lives for free. Nothing's for free. So that's just what it is. It's like companies not paying, and we're allowing it because we're feeling pressure to tip. Don't feel pressure to tip. Tip for fun. That's what tipping is. I still tip for fun. So I'm never been in a position where, I have felt pressured to tip. I do feel pressure to try to figure out like the 20% and all that. I do it pretty early on because I'm not great at doing math quickly in my head, and that stresses me out. So I'll usually use my phone and do a quick calculation prior to even getting the check, just so I have an idea of what's the 20% tip. So I do try to do that ahead of time. So there's some pressure involved just because of the math. But otherwise, I tip because I'm blessed to be a blessing. I want to bless people. And I just think we need to go back to that. And so people who are really angry about tipping, I don't understand it. Just don't tip. It's not a big deal. And if someone makes it a big deal, that's a them problem. You probably won't have to deal with them again. Just move along, you know. And then you feel more validated that you didn't tip because they're a jerk about it. So tipping is a nice to do, not a need to do, and it's never a need to do. Even if you went to a restaurant and you had a good meal and everything was fine, you do not need to tip. If you paid for your meal, you've done what you need to do. Tipping is a nice thing, not a required thing. And the companies need to pay their people better. So that tipping, because I pay for a meal, and when I'm in a restaurant, part of the meal should be the service. Like you should be bringing me the meal if I'm not allowed to go into the kitchen and get it. So I don't know. Again, I really don't know if this is like a hot take or just like normal calm take. It feels like it's a calm take to me, but let's see. I really wish that this worked better. Okay. The restaurant industry employees rely on tips every day. I know, and they shouldn't. They should not. This is what Best One, the Cinderace is saying. Obviously, they rely on tips. And I think we know that, but it's really not our problem. We need to fix the industry so that people are paid appropriately. The restaurant industry, even the food industry, it's a very low profit margin. It's any retail, very low profit margins. I don't know grocery stores, it's a low profit margin. So restaurants, the same thing, unless you're the price is going up, and it's hard to survive as a restaurant. So I understand the tipping is people should be able to live off of their paycheck. The tips should add to it. I have a problem with people being required to tip because a person can't make a living on their job. That's not an appropriate situation for them to be in. So that is something that should be changed so that, I'm not over here required to add to your paycheck so you can live and survive in life. I should be able to bless you, give you a tip, and that be like a cool extra money you got that day. And I'm sure that was at one point in time how it might have worked in life, but we need to go back to that. And so stop with the crazy tip thing, and let's start fighting the battle for these people to have decent wages. Teachers, they barely have living wages. Are they now required to get tips? Maybe they should, but I just think we need to stop giving celebrities millions of dollars for a crappy movie, stupid woke BS movie, and maybe like pay people who do important things. It's crazy. The world is upside down. Okay, let's see. Did I say that right? Make 6135, work to live, don't live to work. Something the U.S. still needs to learn. Where are you from, Makey Make? I agree. Are you from the U.S. and you're just judging us as a part of us, or are you from external and being like, you guys are doing it really wrong? I agree. I don't know if it's because I grew up in a different country for a while. Doubtful. The U.S., it's stupid. We create like these careers as our life. You can't do that forever. I said in the last stream about women who are being taught to put their careers over everything else, when almost every person by 40 years old, they have at least switched their career once, or they restart all over. So why would you put aside your biological ability to have children at the easiest time until after you've established your career, when you're likely going to switch your career at 40 anyways. So do the kid stuff, get that done. When your kids are in high school and all of that, you can do your career for the rest of your life. You can switch it millions of times, but careers are very rarely a forever thing, unless you have a calling, unless you have a thing like you're an actor or whatever, or writer, and that's like what you want to do. The rest, most careers aren't passions, and they don't need to be. I honestly, this is not saying, there could be garbage men who that's their passion. It could be. But I'm going to say that maybe garbage men, that's not their passion. It's a crazy important job that I am grateful people do and choose to do, and I'm pretty sure they're probably not fulfilled by the job, and you would assume that they're fulfilled in their external life. Maybe they enjoy, like, they can listen to music or something while they're working, and they enjoy that sort of freedom, and they enjoy getting out and moving or just driving, those sort of things. But it's a very important certain jobs that I'm not sure how fulfilling they are. and I think the most important jobs, a lot of them may not be fulfilling. A lot of them are very difficult jobs, but someone has to do it, and I'm grateful people choose to do it, and they realize that there is fulfillment in the rest of their life, maybe with their family, maybe with their friends, maybe with their hobby, those sort of things. So it is very rare, and it's special, and you're lucky if you have a job that is a career. That's one thing, but to have a job, a career that is something that completely fulfills you every time, that you never have to do the, crappy Excel file or whatever you have to do, like, good for you. But a lot of people, even in jobs, like, I enjoy my job, but there are parts of my job I do not like to do. There are parts of my job I actually hate to do, but they have to be done. You have to manage stuff. You have to organize stuff. You've got to do certain things, and there are certain things that I love to do in my job, and most jobs will span that. You have parts of things that you don't want to do. If a manager is asking you to do something, you don't always want to do it. It doesn't mean rust out and not do it. I would not be paid if I didn't do a job. That's another thing. A lot of people work on salaries. I work hourly, and maybe so I have a different idea of it. I work on projects. So but if sometimes it's hourly, depending on the client, if it's a long standing, but sometimes it's just based on project, and I finish the project and then I get paid. So if I don't do the things that I'm being asked to do, I'm not going to be paid. So yeah, we need to go back to that. People are getting salaries to sit on their desk and pretend to do work. The company's not being efficient, and there are managers who are supposed to be watching that. I know at my sister's job, she says that there is one person that everyone knows basically doesn't get anything done, and never will take on any extra work, never will help anyone if they're in a bind and need a little help. Never. Where most of the people on the team will do that. They go the above and beyond because it's a team environment, and they want the company to succeed, and it's beyond technically what their just job description is. That's a choice. They want to get fired and not do it. Clearly this person's not getting fired, but this person seems to be doing less than. It seems like when a manager asks her to do something, they're like, I don't have time for that. And it's pretty much, I never have time for that. But if you look at her Asana or whatever, the Monday, whatever they're using, their progress sheets, it basically, you can see there's nothing on her plate, and the things on her plate are overdue and taking a long time. And there are people like that. They shouldn't have jobs. There are lots of people who want jobs, who will work. And some people just enjoy succeeding. I enjoy getting stuff done. Sometimes I hate everything I'm doing that day, but I like to make a list and check stuff off and be like, look how much I did. So that's fun. So I don't understand if you're not fulfilled by your job, keep looking for another one. But if you're able to get by doing barely anything and say no to I question the company at that point, if that's what you're able to do. But I think the bar is low about even what we expect to get done. Just doing your job description to me, again, if the company thinks like poorly of you because you only do your job description and obviously also do what managers ask, like whatever, you only do this scope of what you're asked to do and you never do anything above and beyond for the company, you never go out of your way, those sort of things, and the company frowns on you for it, well, that's like not a good environment to be in. They want you to do more, it needs to be in your job description. You should never expect people to do more. You can enjoy when people do more, but that's again a gratuity. That's just a nice to have, but you shouldn't start requiring everyone to be like that. Then make your job description different, you know. Maybe pay more, but it's, a lot of people do that because they feel like they're not getting paid enough to do it. Well, then why is that your job? I don't know. Some people will do the bare minimum on one job because they're doing multiple jobs. Multitasking, it's not really, you can never multitask well. You are superficial in everything you do if you're multitasking. So, let's see. What is that? Oh, okay. So I am on the... Stupid, why does it do that? Okay. It's really gonna bother me. Okay, so Best One the Cinderella says, do only women experience postpartum depression? A way to describe being a new mother. How common is it? Does it continue until the child is 18? No, it's a hormonal issue. I think they have something that men can experience, a type of postpartum depression. It's a hormonal, like, chemical imbalance that happens specifically with women, but I think like men, they have something, so I'm not sure it's only, but technically the postpartum thing, they have a thing that's like that for men, but the postpartum depression is a chemical reaction in your body. It's a chemical thing. It's actually depression that is caused. Like, a lot of people who don't ever experience depression will actually experience the true physical, mental apathy, like just absolute depression that is caused. It's a hormonal issue, and generally speaking, I haven't ever seen it last that long, like to 18. I know it can last. It can be a long thing. It can mess with your body. I mean, being a mother really wrecks your body in a lot of ways, but not every woman experiences it, and not every pregnancy. So you could have it one pregnancy and not the next, or not have it your first and then have it the next. So it's not consistent in every woman, and the length of time it lasts and how they're able to get out of it, it could trigger actual depression that could last for the rest of their life. So every person is going to have a different reaction, and also it can trigger postpartum psychosis, which is what we see more with like the Lindsay Clancy. Most people don't reach that level. That's a whole different thing, right? So having postpartum does not always give you psychosis. It usually doesn't. But I think, even the crazy thoughts and all that, you don't have to have postpartum depression to have, thoughts, right? Everyone has thoughts. I think that's just a demonic thing that tries to come on you. The postpartum depression is a chemical, physical thing, mental, physical, and it affects you. It's a pure depression, and sometimes it's more severe than others, and that is on top of just being the stress of being a new mother, which can be exhausting, right? It's exhausting being a new parent, being a father, mother. It's exhausting, and you're going to have depressive type episodes and exhaustion episodes. You're going to get burnt out. You will get burnt out as a new parent often. That is a real thing that happens. You are running on empty. You are running in a full level of stress to a point that you can break down a little bit. That doesn't mean you're in postpartum depression either. So it's a very specific thing that a lot of women do deal with, that now people are talking about, but I just don't think they truly understand it. I have never experienced it. I haven't had a baby. I have siblings, and as well as friends who have experienced it. And then I've had some people who have had babies, and they've had several, and they've never experienced it, but they have experienced exhaustion, but they're very different. Having a baby seems hard, y'all. it seems exhausting. So being exhausted, being stressed out, being frustrated, doesn't mean, having no energy doesn't mean you're in postpartum depression. But it is a clinical diagnosis that should be dealt with and handled and understood by the couple and the people around them in life, so that they can manage it and they can get out of it, and it can be handled, because it's very difficult to have to be in exhaustion and to be dealing with actual depression. As we talked earlier, depression is tormenting. It's awful. And so that is what I know about postpartum depression, which is not excessive amounts. I'm sure there's mothers and doctors and people out there who know a lot more than I do. Mine is just anecdotal from the people around me and a little research that I've done over time in life and understanding depression and some of the clinical diagnosis of that. I did psychology classes, things like that. So it's very superficial understanding about all this stuff. Best One, the Cinderace asks, what's your career again? Are you your own boss? I am technically my own boss. I'm a contract worker, and I work for different companies at different times. I am a content producer in general, so I will produce podcasts. I started in radio, so if you know anything about me, I started in radio, Bobby Bone Show for 12 years. I was paid. I was there a little longer because I was an intern, and so I was executive producer on the Bobby Bone Show. So I was a radio producer. I was on the air a little bit, but I like to produce, and that was what I did. So I was a producer, showrunner, producer in the full word sense. We had associate producers, and so I did cut audio. I did all of that, as well as running the show, managing, booking, all of the fun stuff. So I took that after I left. I worked at SiriusXM as executive producer for a little bit as well, in New York when I moved there. And then I broke away and started doing freelance contract work. So I take contracts on, projects on, and I will help build websites. I will help do YouTube channels, podcasts. I've launched hundreds of podcasts for other people. Just helping them get everything set up, then training someone, and then getting their system in place so that I can give it to them. And I don't like to just produce everyone's podcast. I have produced certain podcasts. There are podcasts that for quite a while I actually edited them and produced them. That's only like special occasions now that I really will produce and edit it completely, but I will manage your production and train someone. I produce a lot of pilots, so that's what I do. I create all the imaging, whether it's for video imaging, whether it's for imaging. I guess it's a radio term. Like the intros and outros that you see with all the stuff going on and the music and all that. That's imaging. So on radio, it's just the music, the intros and outros, the ramps and stuff. And then like for YouTube and stuff, it would be like, usually there's graphics involved in all of that all together. So I'll create the imaging, I'll create the intros and outros, I'll create the trailers, and I'll create the pilots. I'll help them develop it into what they want it to be, help them get their equipment set up, help them know exactly what to do, their workflow set up, help them manage everything that's the most efficient and cost effective, and then help them get someone to, as a producer, at least figure out what they need as a producer. And I will oftentimes, if that's in the scope of that job, help them train a producer to actually produce for the ongoing time. It wouldn't make sense to pay me my amount to just produce. Like, that's silly. So that's kind of, I guess, what I do. I help also do courses. If you're doing LearnDash or Udemy, any of those courses, webinars, those things. So basically I do all sorts of content production. So that's not what I do on my channel. On my channel I just talk and I just cut stuff up. So I wouldn't call my channel produced. This is not reflective of my work that I do. But that's what I do. So that's sort of my job. And I mix it up. So I have a lot of different types of clients and different things. Sometimes we just manage other people and we help develop shows for companies. So it really just depends. And I do a lot of web work. on the side. It's a lot of mix and match kind of stuff. I mean, especially nowadays, I know the economy, everything's a little rough, so people can't always afford to do certain things, so you have to have your hands in a lot of spaces. So it's also why I'm always like, I don't know if I can do a stream. I can't schedule. I have a lot of random deadlines, and then I'm planning an event and I'm helping them launch the event and schedule and book the event and get everything set up. And then once the event happens, it's like I have a lot more free time. Although finding gigs and doing that is also a full-time job in a way. So dealing with meetings and all of that, I do find that people really love to try to get free work out of you. So if you do want to venture into freelance, into contract work, a lot of people will try to get you to do like little mini jobs to like show you. It's like, no, just look at the portfolio, and anyone who needs more than that, like find someone else who's going to do some free work for you. I definitely learned early on that they will ask like, oh, well, what would you present, as far as a marketing plan and all of this, and then basically you create a marketing plan for them to say, this is like the idea of what I would do, and then they'll never talk to you again because they're going to take your plan and do it. So don't let people take advantage of you. Let's see. Dr. M69 says, I lost it. Shoot, that's not what he said. Oh, okay. I find that woke people are especially bad at dealing with the depressed. They virtue signal like there's no tomorrow, but if you need support, you're out of luck because it disrupts their safe space. Exactly. It's very crazy the amount of people who will use the words but not give other people any respect if they're experiencing or having issues. It is very much just like it is the virtue signaling, and you hate to like have to use the buzzwords that people all use, but it's like that is what it is. It's them saying something, but not really actually caring about it. So it baffles me. It's hypocritical. It is. They're not there to help anyone else. These women who are out there like freaking out, same Lindsay Clancy crazies, just ridiculous women, they are not actually going to help any other woman. There could be a woman knock on their door, tell them that they're really depressed, that they're having a really hard time, and they'll be like, oh, me too. Shut the door on you. I can't help you. I'm in my own feelings right now. So no, they don't really care about people who are struggling. They don't. Most people, I find, woke and not, but most people that virtue signal, most people who are talking about all this are the woker people. And so that's not even left or right. That's like this specific type of people, but that really they do it so that they look good. But it's the same, like they want. It's the difference. They say that they want equality, but then they work on equity in companies, and equity usually means that someone is treated unequally to try to get these same outcomes. Otherwise, there would never be the same outcome. If you have equality for the job, then there's going to be a meritocracy involved, right? Like not everyone will be hired. If you want the same outcome for everyone, regardless of their abilities, regardless of their skill levels, that is not equality. And a lot of people interchange the words like they're the same. They're not the same things. So I find a lot of times they don't even know what words they're saying. Like they have no idea. It's very easy to just ask questions, and they sort of, well, usually they just start yelling at you and calling you names. But it's very easy, very quick to see that they know nothing when people are doing that. Let's see. Dr. M69 also says, interesting topic for the week. I've actually been working from home in silent protest of some BS. It is interesting. So I feel like that's not rusting out necessarily as what the thing is, but it is a silent protest. It is the quiet quitting, which does happen. And sometimes it needs to happen. Sometimes you're in a bad environment, so I hope your environment gets better. But that's interesting. The topic was given to us by Best Won the Cinderace. I posted something like yesterday or the day before that asked for topic ideas, and Driss Crab set a topic idea that I'll have to do about nostalgia, and if we have time maybe I'll do that. or maybe I'll do that the next time. So he did send that idea, but Best One the Cinderace sent this idea, and I was able to make a little thumbnail and a little thing. So it did work out. So thank you, Best One the Cinderace, for the topic for tonight. And always check my posts. I don't post too often, but I will post things and ask for, topics and different things. So, just check in, and you can always give me comments and stuff. I think you might even be able to actually just comment on my community without page, without me actually saying something. You could also at me, I'm on Twitter. It's X. Okay, I'm on X. I'm on X, and I'm on the YouTube. Those are the ones that I basically see stuff from. So you can, and I also have on YouTube, you can see my email and my contact info, my work email. So if you want to email something, or if you have a prayer request, sometimes people have asked for that, and private, so you can email me a prayer request and we'll pray for you privately. I won't make it a thing on the YouTube. I won't, I swear. Okay, so let's see. Guy Gad Boys 3010. It sounds like the NEAT phenomenon in Japan or the bed rotting trend in South Korea. Okay. I'm wondering, gosh, I'm gonna have to look this up. NEAT trend. Oh. Let's see. NEAT trend. Should have had Grok open. I don't. The rising number of young people aged 16 through 24 who are not in education, employment, or training. It's driven leaving the workforce entirely rather than just being unemployed and looking for work. What? Many do not claim state benefits, making them hidden and harder for government services to reach. How do they pay for anything? I'm really confused about that. So let me also look at bed rotting trend. Bed rotting trend is a viral social media phenomenon where people, especially Gen Z, intentionally stay in bed all day, awake to watch TV, scroll on phones, or eat snacks as a form of rest. And are these people are they part of the NEAT environment, or is this just what they do on their day off? I don't know. And even it says the good, short breaks, lower stress, and give physical relief from burnout. We are overusing burnout, people. Sometimes life is stressful. Sometimes you have a stressful job. Burnout is a clinical thing that it is not what most of these people are experiencing. Most of them are just lazy and stressed out, and both probably. So, I'm not being very sensitive to it, but I will be sensitive if you're clinically diagnosed with burnout, if you're physiologically affected, where your brain isn't working and your body isn't working and everything's fried and frazzled. There is a clinical thing. But I believe that most people who are working multiple jobs, that are having to deal with their families and manage their families, that are having to keep food on the table, that are not living in some luxury lifestyle, that are just trying to live paycheck to paycheck, are in an actual burnout state, and you will never hear about it from them. They are just dealing with it silently. I really believe that is what the most people who are actually burnt out are dealing with. So this younger people bed rotting, I'm assuming that's just what they're doing on their day off. I'm hoping, but otherwise, then what are they doing? I don't know. You can work really hard and still not be making ends meet, and that's tough. I've been there. So I'm not going to say, living with your family or those things, just means that you do nothing. But is that what you're doing? How do you survive being NEAT? NEET. How do you survive not, even the people who are, the RV life people, the road life? What is that called? Is that called road life? Anyway, the people who are on the road, I feel like they're trying to make money doing social media content. I don't know how else they actually make money. Some of them may like have crafts and skills and sell them at different craft fairs and things, but it's like you can only do certain things if you have the money to do it. Someone's paying for it. Someone is. That's how things work. We're not in a space where someone's not paying for it. If you think that everything is going to be free with socialism, it's not. You're going to have very little, and you'll have to wait a long time in long lines to get the very little, and someone is still paying for that. So, oh, people, we need to understand that you work to get money. We need to fix the issues with people not getting paid enough. I don't know how. I'm not an economist. I don't know how to do it, but this needs to get fixed, because I know, like, again, retail companies make no profit margin. It's so hard to make money in retail. It's so hard to make money in grocery business, and especially now when the price is going up for what they have to purchase, the profit margin is tiny. It's like hard to make any living. So there is an issue. There is an issue. They call it inflation. There's an issue. Like, we need to figure this out. I was about to go into New York. I'm not even going to go into New York's whole rent freeze thing, because that is so okay, I'm going to say a little bit about it real quick, but it doesn't make sense, because what we have now in New York is a bunch of people who have their rent frozen, right? Well, all of these landlords are not putting these frozen rent markets or onto the market. These places that they have are in too much disarray, because if you're going to be in this program, if you're in own a rent frozen apartment complex, you have things that you have to reach. You have maintenance that you have to do. You have to keep it up to a certain type of livability, and they're good, decent living situations, right? And so if you're not getting money to pay for that, you're basically paying for people to live there at that point. So, and in order to get their buildings up to the code that would be required, they would be spending so much money, it's not even worth it. So they are leaving these off the market. They're not renting out these, and they save more money not renting out these apartments that these landlords have, because of the rent freeze. So the money doesn't just happen because you froze the rent. And it doesn't make sense. And now you're seeing that none of these cheaper apartments are even going back on the market. There are more and more and more vacancies. And then what they do is, now you've seen that New York rent, the actual rent on the competitive market, is higher than it's ever been before. And you'll also see that there's likely more vacancies than ever before. However, they're not putting them, so you can't even look at that data, because I know for a fact that in the building that I lived in, that they would only put 1 or 2 on the market at a time, so that they could make it look more competitive, so that people get in, and as soon as that one was rented out, they would put another one, and they would rent out at a certain high price, but then give rental incentives. And so, like, you would rent the apartment with like a 2-year lease, you would get like 2 or 3 months off, something like that. Like, at the end of the lease usually is when you get the free months, and then they could still put the prices crazy high, and that's what's happening. So then the prices still are going up and up and up, and people might be getting incentives. Try to get incentives if you're going to rent in New York. They will usually give you a few months free, but that's what they're doing. So this whole thing, it's idiocracy that anyone, like, I am not a mathematician, clearly, and I still understand that this is a stupid idea. You just can't continue to freeze rent in a space where they already weren't making enough to meet the code. What do you think's going to happen? They're not going to be able to rent the apartments. Otherwise, they're just paying nonstop, and they have to keep a livable situation for humans. It's just, it's so dumb. Anyway, so I did go into that. I wasn't planning on it. Okay, let's see. Dr. M69, the only time I have had my parents deal with work was around the time of a hospitalization. That's what I'm saying. Like, I understand if you're in like a health situation and you have a friend and family dealing with the life that you are not able to deal with because you're in a hospitalization situation. I hope you are feeling better, and I hope you're healed. Be healed now in Jesus' name. So we have Dr. M69 also says Uber really needs remind me later choice for tipping. They always prompt me mid travel when I'm stressed and trying to book my next ride, right? I do think that they should, because they allow you to tip afterwards, and it usually comes up when they say rate your ride or whatever. I do Uber Eats a lot more. I use the Uber apps. I hate the Uber Eats. I hate the Uber Eats app. I like the Uber app, but I use the Eats part of it a lot more than the drive part of it. I have very few places to go here. And I wouldn't go to a grocery store. I mean, HEB delivers. I'm in Texas, so if you know, you know. So yeah, that's HEB delivery. But so Uber does a good job where it's like rate this, and then you can rate it, and then you can figure out, but it doesn't make it very easy to find where you would tip or adjust the tip. But it does make it easy with the rating. So I think that they should probably figure out a way for your tipping would be. Yeah, I agree. Once I got paid like $80 for an Uber survey. I don't think they were expecting me, because I am quite the talker, and I did like an online survey, just the free ones, and then they like reached out and were like, "Hey, we'll pay you like $80 to do like an hour-long talk with someone." And so I did, and I really was explaining some things to the lady, and I think she was surprised. I'm not sure how much she took from it, but I felt like I was really helping the company with some ideas and some of the issues that I have with them, and some of the reasons why, especially in Texas, why it wasn't doing as well for groceries, because I know that Uber was trying to get better in groceries. Well, I had to explain to her, "Ma'am, we're in Texas, learn your market, because HEB's here." Okay? So yeah, like you need to figure out either how to work with HEB, but HEB works with Favor, and so they're in their own ecosystem at this point, because I think Favor is owned by HEB, like, or the same people, that company. So that day, like, you've lost the grocery market in general for Texas, but there are other grocers like Whole Foods, which Amazon really got the Whole Foods thing, but so recently Whole Foods and Sprouts, and they're doing added grocery options on Uber Eats. And I know that it wasn't me, but a little part, I was like, a little bit, maybe it's me. But I really had fun with that survey. So yes, you should do a survey with them. Just for the record, especially with Uber, I was paid for that right away, and so it wasn't a scam. And so I would suggest with things like Uber, if they do send you the free surveys, fill that free survey out, fill it out fairly quickly, if you get the emails and stuff, because then they came back and asked me to do the real survey. It also happened with Amazon. I don't know, I like to do surveys, so I guess with Amazon, and there was another one I did one with, and I can't remember who it was now. Maybe that was just Amazon. Was it twice? I don't know. But yeah, so I suggest, that I know Uber for real and Amazon, they actually do that. They actually do pay you for surveys sometimes, but it happens once you've already filled out like the free survey, and I think they maybe send it to like a few who are in like the demographic they're trying to ask about, as well as like if you did it fairly quickly once you got the email. So yeah, that was a pretty fun hour. I enjoyed talking to her. It went by really fast. I was disappointed when it was over. I had a lot more to talk about. So best one, the Cinder Ace, that timeless phrase, "There's no such thing as a free lunch." It's true. And I don't know what these neat people are doing. I don't know these road people are doing. I think the road people generally try to, I actually know someone I manage. I do contract work, but I do management in some of these jobs. So I manage some of their people. And she does social media. She does a lot of things. And she lives in an RV with her family, and they travel like that. And she has like 5 kids. She just had another baby. All in a good size, but it's still an RV. And they just travel and then they'll like park on the side, and she does her meetings during nap time, and they all somehow, it's like she's a magical mother, somehow are at least laying down quietly for their nap time, and so she'll do the meetings at that time. But she gets stuff done, and she's a road person, so I guess they all don't do content. Well, I guess she's making social media, but for a company. But they don't all like expect TikTok or whatever to pay for their road trips around the country. But it's a lot cheaper, I guess, in some ways. But I mean, gas right now is crazy, so I'm really not sure how expensive her gas is. I don't know how that works. I don't ask like where she is all the time, so I'm not sure if she's just constantly traveling with their family, or if they park in places and they rent out like areas for like weeks at a time. I'm not really sure. I guess I should ask. Find it fascinating, mostly that she's a mother and able to do this all through there, and she does actually have a job. So I don't know what her husband does. I'm not sure. So I'm not sure what type of job he has, but I know she does work, and I don't believe it's full-time. She does part-time for us. I don't think she has other work, but she still does she fills all of the hours that she has agreed to. And so and a lot of time it's like you try to reach her at a certain time of day, and it's like she's traveling at that time, so she's like, I will finish this tomorrow when we're parked. So that'll happen. But when you're doing freelance contract work, you have no ability, nor should you, to tell someone when they have to work. That's just not really how freelance works. Then you would just need to start employing them and telling them how the job needs to get done. If they're getting the job done, there's a lot of rules around that to protect freelance workers. And let's see, I have best one this Cinderace. It's a hot take of capitalism versus socialism. Oh, I did say I wasn't sure if it's a hot take. Yeah, I guess it is. I don't know. It's interesting. It just seems like common sense. I'm not, I never really cared about this stuff, but when people say things that are just so dumb, and I'm like, I don't even have to research to know how stupid you sound right now. I struggle. Struggle with that. I really do. Okay, so let's see. Guy Gad Boys, when they list tip options starting at 18%, it's a bit annoying. I mean, I think you can do a custom tip. I always do. I think I try to tip like 20% usually is what I learned to tip from when I was young, was just always go 20%. It's also, I guess, easier for math. But I do think like when they used to do something like 5%, 10%, 15%, and then like if you wanted to do 20, you'd have to do a custom. I do think it's a little silly that they're just pushing people to 18%, which is above. I think 15% is like a good tip. Like, I think you're tipping well if you're tipping 50%. Am I incorrect about that? And I never took etiquette class on tipping, but yeah, I think like the companies that are pushing this tip thing, I think that's the most frustrating part. I would totally agree that it's annoying. It is definitely annoying. I think the entitlement, expecting tips is annoying. I'm annoyed by that. Tipping should be a thing you enjoy to do, not that you're forced to do or feel pressured to do, or that anyone is mad at you for not doing. They should be like excited that they got a tip, because that should be like a gift, like a nice thing. So, and companies adding the 18 and making you feel like 18 is some bare minimum of a tip, that's stupid. That is the company being manipulative. That is manipulation, y'all. So I am with you. I am with you there. Dr. M69, when you said garbage men, I interpreted it as men who are garbage for a moment. That's funny. Garbage men. Yeah. I mean, I guess, I don't know if I would ever say like garbage, like a garbage something. I mean, maybe I've said that somewhere, but not like as in response to like men or woman. Be like a garbage idea. I really don't know, but yeah, that would be funny. Yes, but I meant like I'm sure maybe there's a different like trash waste technician. Is that Is that what we call them? Did I call them the wrong thing? Sort of like you can't say stewardess now. Flight attendant or whatever. Yeah. Oh, society bothers me a lot. Okay, Davis Course, hello. You say, I am not a fan of the credit card machines that you pay at the table. They take up space and are a destination from the dining experience. When you try to pay cash, they never show back up with the check. Oh, I see what you're saying. I must not have been at a place recently. I don't go to restaurants very often. I'm now trying to imagine this though. So people can read. I read that very poorly. So you can read it at the bottom. It's a little blurry, but I'm still working on my settings. If you missed the beginning, I am aware that all of the chat is in white. I didn't fix my CSS code to add a font option that I could easily switch the colors. So this is just the color of my current color system. So I just need to change the color to black, or I was thinking maybe a bright blue, like a deep royal blue or something. I don't know. We'll see. I'll figure that out. So I am aware that the chat is poor. You can't see that, and also that things are blurry, whatever, but you know, life. But based on what you said, I'm thinking like there's self-checkout, and so do they even come to like refill your drink or your water? And yeah, honestly, when they have the salt and the pepper and the stuff in the center, usually you like move that to like a different table. You don't need all that. You like take what you need, and like you just like need it off the table. It takes up space. These tables are not large, and like the plates are large enough, and where do you put everything, especially if you have an appetizer or something to share, or a different, like a drink or two. Yeah, I would see that as probably really annoying. I don't know how large they are, but if it's a POS system, like a point of sale system, not a POS like piece of bleep, but POS, point of sale system, like right in the middle, that seems odd. I don't understand that, why you would have that. Or like, they do have the POS systems at, say, like Shake Shack or something, where you can go and put your order in there and not have to wait in the line. And I do like those, but that's like a booth. It's like a little thing, like when you go to the airport and you want to do your quick checkout, your self-checkout, like to get it. So I don't mind that. But yeah, and if it's not giving incentive for a person to come and actually serve you, listen, I tell you that I do always tip, even if I get bad service, but I am not opposed to a person who would not tip or would tip less because of poor service. That is a normal thing. I think men tend to do that more than women. I feel like women, for some reason, I don't know if they're paying, a lot of women don't pay for things, but I don't know if that's like I don't know why that would be, but I could see my dad doing it. The guy I'm seeing, he would 100% tip less, I'm pretty sure, for poor service. I'm pretty sure he would. So I think maybe that's like a man thing, that, they're more like, they make more appropriate decisions, really, in a lot of life situations. So I would say that's a man thing. Let's see, makey make, again, it's probably something really simple. Makey make. You're in Europe. So you're in Europe. You have a different mindset on things like work, living, wealth, healthcare, and tipping than the US. And you also say, we also have great employee protections here. My mom and I were talking about this the other day. Like, we know that a lot of places in Europe, they have like months of vacation, like across the country, like that's how much you get, where in the US you might have to negotiate. Maybe you have to work for a year before you get your 2 weeks off, and like 2 weeks is apparently a good amount here. I don't know, because I'm doing freelance, and you don't get vacation. If you don't work, you don't eat. So like there's no paid vacation time here on an hourly or freelancer contract basis. But even in radio, I did get vacations. Um, but I could never take them because I didn't get vacations the same time. Like I didn't get Christmas vacation because someone had to be on the in the studio running the best of shows, and so I would have to take a week or here or there. It was very hard to get like a full week. I couldn't get 2 weeks at a time. So when the show might take 2 weeks off in one chunk, I would be working that whole holiday, and then sometime I'd have to get my vacation a few days here or there. So it was, I've never had that experience of just like 2 weeks off. That sounds crazy. Sounds cool, but I've heard that in Europe they get like much longer times, like a month off, and like there's like a bare minimum amount that you like have to allow vacation in companies. So it's great to hear that you have good employee protections. I mean, I'm sure this is not everywhere, but I guess you're saying in a lot of Europe. So um, that's cool. And yeah, like it does seem like there's a very different mindset. And I think one of the things that is surprising is how motivated to work and how work focused we are. I follow a few people who are like from the UK, and they'll do like American stuff, reactions to America in different ways, the United States of America specifically. And it they say often things like that about like our work ethic, which it's just a lot, but some of them call it a good work ethic, like they really, but some of them it's like, oh, they really like to work, and some of them it's like they think it's weird that like we're so focused on work, and that's like this big thing that we're always working and we don't know how to take a break. So I feel like there's a whole different a lot of different views of the United States and how we work and how we think. I do think that. So best one, the Cinder Ace. Yeah, every company has that one lazy employee who only wants to collect a paycheck every week. It is true. Every company has that. And if they're allowed to keep doing it, they're going to keep doing it. What I do find with those people is that once they've crossed that, it's like you allow it, then they're just going to allow a little more, a little more, a little more, and it's rough. I remember my sister once, she ended up having to fire this person, and she manages some people. But it was like she wanted to fire them earlier, but she was like trying to give the benefit of that. I remember like the whole discussion, and basically this person worked for longer, and she felt like she really should have fired them sooner. And I know that you have to like have a certain amount before you can, but it was like very clear, like the person was just not doing anything and getting a paycheck, and for a little bit you're like, what is happening? But after a while you're like, okay, this is how they do it. And I guess they jump from jobs a lot, and so when she did end up firing them, they were like, yeah, they expected it. So I guess that's just what they do. They go to a new job, and then they do nothing, and they get paid for 3 to 6 months depending on how long the job contract, like the preliminary periods and all that, depending on, like, certain companies have pretty strict rules for protection of how much time they have to give someone, and then if they have to tell them that they're not doing well, that they could get fired, and then in a certain amount prior to firing them, which is what my sister said. She should have told them earlier, so then she actually had to wait after she told them even longer, so for company issues, for the company protecting itself. So yeah, it does seem like there are some people who literally that's what they do. They just go start a job, they do nothing, get paid for it until they get fired, and then they get another job and do the same thing. I don't understand people like that. I don't know, and you wonder, like, what do they tell their family? Do they have a girlfriend? Do they have like are they're is their family like proud of this, or is this like a secret? Does it not seem weird that they constantly change jobs? Does it not seem weird that they do nothing ever? Like I don't know. It's just it's people. Okay, so we're at Dr. M69. I also have never had a baby, but that might be for different reasons. Yes, I would. I mean, some people think men can have babies now. I don't. Let's see. Dr. M69 says, have you ever been contracted for a pilot that you knew was going to be a disaster? Oftentimes. You know, yes. I actually sometimes, I guess less of the disaster. There's times when you're just like, this is really just going to be a fun thing for you. It's very hard even with good podcasts, even with good YouTube channels to monetize, to get that reach, to make money off of it. Unless you have already some sort of following, it's very difficult. So even for a good show, the odds are not in your favor. That you're going to be successful and be able to make this your full-time job. So I try to be realistic with people, and you want them to enjoy it. So you try to make a workflow and cost efficient, that they can do this, and that if they make no money off of it, that they still are enjoying it and that they can sustain it. And so that's generally the attitude we come in with. Yes, there are some where it's like, you're just not good at it. And I tend to, I don't just take the job. So we have to think that we can work with each other. And those aren't people that I say, hey, I have someone else. I'm not going to give it to someone else. Like, that's rude of me. It's just like, I'm too busy. This probably isn't a good fit. That will happen. Some of them, it's just like they seem really passionate. And it's rough, but you just do it. I'm pretty good at producing. I can make them sound fairly good. There's only so much you can do with the host and those sort of things. If someone's really, interviewing is hard. I think people take it for granted like it's something easy. It's not. Being a good interviewer is difficult, and there are so many interview people out there that are so bad at it. It's so bad. But and I always tell people, I don't like interviews in general. I like panels. So that's the difference. But like interviews, I just don't like that format. And so if anyone tries to hire me for an interview show, it's very rare that I'll take those. And I try to talk them out of it at some level. I don't think they're good. And I don't think most people are good at interviewing. Interviewing is a skill. It's actually a skill. But I have taken jobs, where I really thought it was a disaster because they're woke and they're not unintelligent humans, but what they say sounds really low IQ. And you're just like, I don't know how I can make this person sound intelligent. There's no way. What they have said has sounded so stupid. So I have had to deal with that sometimes, actually often, because there's a lot of people out there that, again, they're not unsuccessful in life somehow, but they just have these crazy, hypocritical, idiotic, virtue signaling, dumb ideas and so I find it a disaster because it's ridiculous. But there's a reason people don't tell people who I work for. I just do it in the background quietly, just in the background. Those are, I don't have my name on things. That's part of my contract. I do it quietly. I don't allow that. But I also, in my portfolio, most of them I don't put in my portfolio. Because again, it's like in the contract, this is yours. I own nothing of it, and it's nothing to do with me. And I do that for different reasons. So yeah, technically. Let's see. Best one, the Cinderace. Your career sounds fulfilling. Oh yeah, I remember all those creative thumbnails you created for your videos. Yeah, see, I also do stuff like, I get myself into the rabbit holes of, it's making my life harder because I really want to do those thumbnails. I still haven't done episode 8 of that series. No one seems to care, but I still haven't edited that up and created that thumbnail. I do enjoy doing that, and that's stuff that I might do for work, not the specific style, because the thing about work stuff is like I have to learn other people's style, their aesthetic, their brand, and I have to create stuff for them, right? It's not for me. It's not about what I like. So you have to do that. But my career is, I wouldn't call it fulfilling. I enjoy some of the things I do, and it sounds fun sometimes, so I think some people think it sounds fun. Um, I don't know that I would say fulfilling. I feel like I still haven't found out like what I want to do with my life. Like what I want to do when I grow up. I quit the radio show because I didn't want to be a producer, and here I am. So I'm good at it, and so I do it, but it's not necessarily like the life I want necessarily as fulfillment. But I also don't think that that's the only thing that life has to offer is work. So it's fulfilling in the way that if I get a few good, steady, longer term clients, I think that would be more fulfilling because then I could spend that free time instead of getting more clients. I could actually spend a little more time on hobbies like this. This is a fun hobby. So I think the fulfilling thing for me for a career would be one that gives me enough time to do a hobby and also to do my prayer groups and pray for people and focus on serving the community in that way. I don't do that as much as I would like to do. Um, and so I think that would be actually fulfilling. Some sort of ministry work would really probably be fulfilling if I was doing that as a career. But otherwise, it's fulfilling to just be able to do my life, and I'm used to be like very work, and I enjoyed it and it was fun, but and some of it was very hard. I worked very, very hard hours for a long time. Something I find fulfilling now is being close to family. It's exhausting. I'm not super social. I don't want to spend a lot of time with people, but I do find it more fulfilling, like playing with my nephews all the time, and like I just really love them. I didn't realize how much I used to babysit a lot. I did music therapy and I was the president of my service club in high school. So we dealt with children a lot. Music therapy was working with children, whether they were in the hospital or in the orphanages, dealing with helping them heal through music and that sort of thing. So I've always worked with children in that way. And then like I had my little sisters who are like 7 years and 9 years younger than me. So I've always babysat and different things with them, and I babysat for other people. But as an adult, I moved away and I didn't like hang around babies, and so coming back to my family like reignited my love for children and babies, and I didn't realize how much I really do enjoy children and toddlers even, shockingly. And the babies, they're a little less enjoyable when they're brand new. That's a lot tougher. The first few months are rough on mothers and on aunts. Trying to hold, they're so tiny and they don't do much. But when they really start to interact with you, even making faces and recognizing you, there's just so much fulfillment in being around children. I love it. So that is something where I do, when I talk about regretting not having kids younger, it's definitely ignited being around my nephews, and one of my sisters is pregnant. I've said it once, I've said it, I'll say it again. I believe it's a girl, but I have 2 little nephews, and one something on the way. We'll find out when she actually gives birth. Very few people wait till that birth, so it's exciting that we have no clue and they don't have a clue. That's exciting, but it's gonna be soon, and that will be fun. Another little baby to love on. Let's see, Guy Gad Boy says they depend on their parents. The needs. Okay, so the needs depend on their parents. That was a question because I wasn't sure like how these people survive. Being a NEETs, the NEETs. I don't know why I felt like I said E 3 times, but I did not. So yeah, NEETs, NEETs. So that was someone who they're not even been in the workforce. So they have no paper trail on them whatsoever. They probably don't have any credit, all of that stuff. And I remember I didn't have credit for a really long time. I just paid in cash, like I paid what I, had. And so like when you try to get anything and they're like, you don't exist in their system. So I'm imagining that's how they are. Let's see, Max. Hi, Max. Max usually is doing his own stream, so he doesn't always get to come and say hello. But hello, Max. I don't know when you said hi. I'm going slow, but hello, nice to see you. Max does streams on TikTok, but he also multicasts on YouTube, so you can watch him. He plays different things, but he does play the Phasmophobia. Did I say that right? Which I find really fun. But I think there's another game that he's just started that I haven't watched yet. So, and Max says, the incompetence crisis is a real issue these days. It really is, which I felt like I did a series on this, the One-Eyed King, Are You a One-Eyed King in the Land of the Blind? And it was really about the competency crisis that we're having, and, or incompetence crisis as Max is calling it, but it means the same thing. And it reasons like why, not the only reasons, but a fun little sociological practice, a little sociological fun dissertation I created, just an idea. So it's not fully fleshed out, but I did do like, it's an 8-part series that I recorded 8 parts, but I've only released 7 of them. And I've said it before, that last part, the 8th one that I recorded, is a really like 8-minute long one that's just like wrapping it up. So there's nothing special about it. It's why it's like hasn't bothered me not putting it out there, but it was supposed to be an 8-part series. But that is the competency crisis. I talk about some of the reasons why I believe, and I feel like I was pretty nice to people. I didn't just blame it on laziness, although it is, part of it is laziness, and that's like where our rusting out thing. I believe rusting out is absolute laziness. Different from burnout, although I think burnout is only mentioned by people who aren't actually burnt out, and they're just doing it for wellness perks at their luxury corporation. But there is burnout. But I think rusting out is just, you're just being lazy and wanting like a name for it to sound cool or something. It's just work laziness, and it's incompetence. It is incompetence, Max. I agree. We are in a crisis. It makes you looking a lot better, you know, comparatively, if you're able to do any low level of work, but still. Yeah, so Makey Make is saying don't confuse socialism with communism. I honestly believe socialism is the entryway. It's the next step. You're not socialist for very long. So that is my belief. So sort of the transitional phase, just like, let's see, I would say like the 90s girl power is a transition phase into girl boss, into feminist, into swamp hag. So it's gonna go that way. That's the trajectory. And so it's just a transition phase to get everyone on board, so then they can turn the society into a communist society. That is my belief. Davis Course says, whoops, I know I'm the only person here who despises grocery delivery and any food delivery that's not pizza. People who do those things just seem lazy to me. I don't have a car, Davis Course. I was in New York, and I do not have a car. That is not where I cannot afford a car at this point in my life. I do have a license, but you know, I need food. So, but also you're a man, so I feel like men tend to, they're more efficient, self-efficient. What is that? Self-sufficient. I don't know. Men are better at that than women. I need a drink. Okay. You're probably not the only person who despises grocery delivery or food delivery that's not pizza. I mean, but I definitely do get delivery often, and I don't have a car. So, and not having a car in Texas is different than not having a car in New York, because in New York I walked everywhere, and I walked a lot, and so you could walk to the Whole Foods, you could walk to the grocery store, you could walk wherever, Trader Joe's, wherever you were going, your bodega. There's so many bodegas, you could just walk down and grab something. Where here in Texas, it's just not the same, and it's not very walkable. And even going to the little downtown that's right here in my town, it's there's not really sidewalks, so it's hard, and it's also really hot out. So I do delivery, Davis Course, so feel free to judge me, and I don't blame you. But yeah, I mean, Is it something also because I would be lazy? Sure. Yeah. I would never say I'm not lazy about a delivery. I like deliveries. I like deliveries, but I tip well. I like to tip well because I appreciate it and I know that it's a luxury to get a delivery. And so I do tip very well for deliveries. But I'm with you. I hear you, Davis Course, and I'm sure a lot of people agree. Look, here's Max Wilson agreeing. He feels the same way. So see, and I feel like it's mostly men who are going to have that feeling. I think women are much lazier than men. I'm gonna be honest. I think we have been given a comfortable life. Men allow us to get away with a lot, and they take care of us very well, and it has made us very entitled and lazy. And I am included in this. You think I just dog on women. I am a woman, and I get the benefits of women, and I am now feeling the negative things that all the women have caused because they have taken advantage of the men who were very giving and very protective, and I liked it. And now they've ruined it for all of us. So, yeah, that's probably why I do all the. I'm fed up with women who have ruined it for us all. I enjoyed when men took care of women. I liked it. So, please help us again. I am not as capable. I need that extra help. I need men to help me when I'm walking down the street and I get harassed. Men will always jump at. It's not women who help you. It's men who you don't even know that will help you when you're getting harassed on the street by someone else. Sometimes men, sometimes women. And it's usually like I'm talking about New York usually, and it's like homeless and they're harassing you or they're coming at you. And I have random men to thank. I believe they've saved my life in a lot of situations, and they've calmed it down. They protected me. They did not know me. They didn't have to do that. So I thank you, men. I like that. Okay, let's see. Best one, the Cinder Ace. I lost it. Every time I press the button, it moves everything around, so then I lose okay. If we all collectively stopped working, will that be us collectively burning out? Not trying to sound negative, just a realistic question. I mean, it depends why you're stopping working, because again, burning out would be when you're in such a big state of stress for such a long time, your body and your mind break for a little bit. It's actually a clinical issue. Most people who are feeling burnt out probably still have 40% left in them. They're not burnt out, right? They're just that's sort of like when you work out or you're pushing yourself and you feel like you can't go anymore. Usually you still have about 40% that you could push further if you really push through it. Burnout is different, but if we all just stopped working like neats, I don't know that would be us. I don't know, that would be us collectively not working, but I don't know that would be collectively burning out, because I think burning out again is a clinical thing. I don't use it as a catchphrase for someone who's stressed out at work or exhausted or working hard or whatever. I mean, we all have those things. If we all did collectively stop working, just all of us one day, I feel like they've tried to do that several times. I feel like they did that trying to go against Trump. Didn't they do that one time? It was like everyone's gonna walk out of their job, and like most people didn't do it. I don't know how in the US that anyone would just stop working. They sometimes have again, there's what's it called? When a strike, there's strikes, union strikes and different strikes. So I think there's going to be a lot of different reasons why everyone would collectively stop working. Lots of different reasons. I do think that we do need better employment protection for employees. I'm not sure that unions were the best way. It sounds like they're pretty corrupt, but I don't really know. That's for a person who understands that stuff a lot better. But Do I believe, which maybe when you talk about the, I don't want to sound negative, just a realistic question, are we at a point where possibly everyone is at that 60% stage, they have the 40% left in them, they feel absolutely stressed, burnt out, if they keep going, they could hit a clinical burnout stage and not be able to actually work? When you're burnt out, you really cannot work. It's not the same as just you're exhausted, like you hit a wall. So if we all hit that, like I that could be a collective burnout because we don't allow ourselves those breaks and those times off. But it's also like an us problem. Like we have to learn how to manage that stress. We have to learn how to say no. We have to put up boundaries, and we have to sacrifice certain things in life, whether it's a better paycheck or whether it's certain things. Like we have to make decisions for our mental and physical health. Could we hit a spot as a, especially the United States, where everyone is so stressed out, knowing that there's children not working and bed rotting, don't think everyone's going to be burnt out. I think there's going to be a good amount of people who are lazy that maybe have to work then. I don't know, maybe if all the people who did the work stopped working, perhaps someone would have to step up, or we would just let society go to the ground. Yeah. Either way, that's depressing. It's not negative. It's a realistic question. Society would fail if the actual people who are working hard enough to get burnt out just stopped. I feel like most of the society is run by a very small amount of people, and I don't feel like I'm one of them. Let's be honest. I feel like the society could do fine without me. I'm very realistic about that. I don't know how much I have to offer. It's hard. I'm gonna have to, let's put this up. The next one is Dr. M69, and I am my throat's giving way. Okay. Whoops. Okay, so we're on Dr. M69. It is wild seeing medical professionals talking about men getting pregnant. They know the answer, they're just afraid of saying it. I know, totally. I have a little video I made. Didn't do well. I don't think YouTube liked it very much. And this was when I was only posting on YouTube. And it is about that one guy. Or no, it was the woman. I forget now who it was, but she would like not admit that men can't get pregnant. It was, I know you guys know the thing I'm talking about. It was at like some sort of like hearing of some sort, and I mean you can see the people in the background and everyone's being serious, and you're just wondering like how they're keeping a straight face, because it's basically this man asking this woman, I believe is what it was, who was a doctor and like an OBGYN, if men could get pregnant, and she like refused to answer the question accurately. Like she wouldn't do it, and it was, I know you guys know what I'm talking about, but I do have a video. It's an older video, and it says men cannot get pregnant. I'm pretty sure it's a pretty straightforward title that says men cannot get pregnant. It's probably why YouTube didn't like it. I wasn't very creative, and they don't like when you say facts. So let's see. Fusion Space. Hi, Fusion Space. Nice to see you again. I found artistic fulfillment with my radio show, but it made no money. I have a lot of talents, but no way to use them except to entertain myself. I mean, but that's at least good, because I saw some of your videos. Fusion Space does a lot about entertainment and in that sphere, and the games, and even you were talking one I saw about Disney and the animatrons and stuff, which I thought was really interesting. But also the one that I watched was where you were upset because you felt like Jester Bell when she was talking about Jean Grey being, morally bad, morally evil, and you thought that she was being hypocritical because she has another video in where the obsession, where what's her face, Nikki, is that her name, who she like wasn't the villain. So you wanted the fairness, like you believed both were villains, but you made very valid points about how obviously, I mean, when you watch it, the man really did sacrifice stuff. He stayed with her. He didn't have to, and he just didn't want her to die. And then he ended up, anyway, I'm not gonna like say the whole thing, but it was a good thing about like who was really the villain in that story and how that was. So I did see your stuff, and I'm glad that you got fulfillment with the radio show. But yeah, it is about like what you can make money with. Can you keep up with your hobbies and do your job and make money in the world? We really have to try to separate them, especially people who are creating content and entertainment. You have to start separating that with like the part that you love to do with the money part, because then you just are down on yourself. You're down on some Chuck Gilly, he's not here so far today, but he said the other day that one of my videos helped remind him that he should be less selfish. He should think about other people and try that. So that is like one person in my throat. That is like one person that I reached, and that is important to me. And like if that's it, like that would be enough for me. So I have to remember the reason why I'm doing it is to interact with people, communicate, and give other people voices, and to spread what I believe is the truth. And like what I'm trying to do with life, practical applications, I don't know, and just express myself and maybe encourage other people to express themselves and keep going. So it's good that also though you feel like you have talents. I feel like a lot of people, because they're not able to break through in something, or they haven't found it yet, because sometimes it takes like going and going and going, nothing for like years, and then all of a sudden you blow up and you're popular. But to still believe that you have talents and know that truth, and not have what the algorithm says or what anyone else says as what you believe for your self-worth and your talents, I think that's really great. I think that shows a lot of self-fulfillment, or like self-awareness, and like you're not putting that onto other people, and I think that's really good. Let's see, best one, the Cinderace, about her. You must have said something. I don't know what about her is. Sorry, I didn't pay attention, so my bad. I'm sorry. Okay, so Fusion Space, I abandoned people and gave up trying pretty much. The audience is worst it's ever been, and I can't change that. I mean, you never know. Sometimes things happen and things change. So I've had a lot of videos, especially early on, that got a 10,000 views, and then now they might get 100, but I'm happy with anyone liking it. What I really like is that people show up to these chats and they keep coming back. You guys keep coming back. I don't know why, but I enjoy talking to you all, so I'm grateful for that. So I do feel like it's really easy for us to abandon our relationships and our people in our life, and that is something I think is important for us all to really look at life. We cannot have like 80 friends, but there's like a handful of people in your circle, in your sphere, that are worth us putting that effort and trying, and that's something I really have to get out of myself and work hard at. I go always backwards on that. So me making effort for my family and the important people in life is very important to me, although I don't do it as often as I would like to. That is something that's a good reminder, Fusion Space, that we all really want to try but you have to also, like, not everyone can take, like, you can't give everyone all your attention, right? You've got to, we don't want to burn out here, guys. Speaking of our topic, so we really have to be conscientious about that. And then Fusion Space continues, same goes for culture and society in every industry I ever valued, though. I mean, a lot of things have been abandoned by humanity in general. Everything's going downhill. So it's hard when you say, like, I've abandoned those things, which I'm assuming that's what you mean. You've abandoned, these ways, but I feel like it's like, what do we do? Do we just hold on to things that are rotting? You know, like, so some of this culture stuff, it's probably for the best we've disassociated with some of this craziness. And then Fusion Space also says, why try at anything in this world? I just can't see the point most days. Well, I mean, I think from your videos, it seems like you have a lot of passion and interest in things and stuff we're saying. So, and it seems like that should be something that you should enjoy. But, you know, trying at anything, that is a hard concept now because it is hard to be successful, but we're also in a time where we have the most opportunities and abilities to be successful without who we know. It feels like we're in a weird mixture of it all having to be who you know and then sometimes just like weird dumb luck, but the dumb luck is usually based on some sort of weird incentive. We're in a weird space right now. Give it like a few years, I feel like this transition, whatever is happening right now, will be one way or the other, it will be different. Right now we're in just a really weird space. It's hard to invest in this culture. It's weird. So, you know, and try, and it's hard to try when things are rough. If you go back to different places in time, where I feel like we're in a cycle, and I believe that it will get better. So just keeping on, and I believe that the trying will pay off. It's just right now we're in a very odd space where AI is stupid and we're trying to make it smarter, and once it gets a little smarter, I think we'll all have a little better time dealing with our social networks and our YouTube and our algorithms. You know, once the algorithms stop sucking, I think it will be better. So give it some time. I am a positive, glasses half full person right now. The spirit of my mind is positive here, guys. And then Fusion continues, build a better virtual world and replace what was lost. I mean, you know, I think a lot of people are looking into that virtual space. And I think if we are in a space where people are feeling really isolated and lonely, that having virtual connections, virtual worlds, meta worlds that can help fulfill different interactions and stuff, I don't feel like that's the worst thing to have available. Some people, that's what they'll prefer, and some people will still prefer the real world, but I do think there's still hope in the real world. It doesn't look like it, but I do believe there are many, especially men, who are stepping up and fighting back so we don't lose it all. And I think that's what's necessary in our Western civilization, for men to step up and stop the insanity. Stop all of this. Just stop allowing it. I am, you know, starting to get closer and closer to limiting us women's, you know, access to the social media. I feel like we should have limits and different things. Like I'm starting to question the 19th here. I really am, men. So, you know, I will take one for the team if you believe that's for the best. But again, there's also, you know, anyone in power can overreach, and so when you start taking away rights, who's next? Who's next? Feminists. We've learned from the feminists. Someone is always next. Right now it's every human. We've reached them all, and now we're on children. So it's great. It's great stuff. I guess it's like I'm half, I sound very black pill and white pill at the same time. I'm very complicated, guys. Okay, best when the Cinderace. I reached the character limit. I meant learn more about Stephanie Che. She is a dedicated Christian. Oh, okay. I should have noticed that was cut off. So, about her, I get it. So Stephanie Che, I have to look. I hope that I can, I'm copying this because I don't know exactly how to get to this later. So sorry guys, I just need a copy. Oh, she's an actress and singer from Hong Kong. Nice. Great. Okay, I will look into her. Thank you. Go back to Rumble Studio. And a dedicated Christian. That's awesome. Jesus was a socialist. Disagree with that. Jesus was not a socialist. Socialism doesn't give you a choice to give. Jesus gave by choice and believed we should all give with a giving, free giving heart. It's very different. All right, best one, the Cinderace. Hi, Fusion Space. Welcome back. Yes, welcome back, Fusion Space. Welcome back, everybody. So nice to see everyone. Davis course. Well, I have. Oops. Dang. It always goes away. That's gonna get annoying for you guys to keep hearing me say, like, whoops, and try to find my spot. Well, I have also gotten to the point where I can grow my own food and raise cattle. Okay, Davis course. Now you're just showing off. I have also drove across Texas, Kansas, Nebraska looking for combined parts for a few days. I enjoy doing that. See, so you're just like a capable man. So this is just show off time for the men who can drive and have a car and who can raise cattle and make food. I mean, I'm gonna go to you when all of the deliveries are over and we can't get any food anymore. I will find your farm or your ranch. I'm sure it's a ranch if you have cattle. So that's funny. So yeah, you know, but I still could say there's probably a lot of people who don't have all those abilities and, you know, can still probably hate delivery. So, but let's see. Oh, best one, the Cinderace. Oh, 40%, good comparison to working out at the gym. I know, I did not make that up myself. I heard that from my pastor once about that. So it sounds good, and like, and I thought it's definitely smart and it's accurate, but I just want to give Curry Blake his props on that. He was the one who taught me that about mostly when we think we've hit that wall, when we really think we can't go anymore, we still have 40% left. And he learned that because he was in the military, and that's where he learned that. So I guess we all got this knowledge from the military training. And like from Navy SEAL training. He wasn't a Navy SEAL, but talking with Navy SEALs, that was a big part of the training, was the amount of training that they do is really headspace work, because of that wall that will stop you. You still have more to give, that your body could go further after you hit that wall. And they say, like, if you think about, like, was it Gattaca? Was that the one where the reason he beat his brother, and because his brother always turned around when to go back, or, you know, when he felt like he wouldn't be able to get back, right? Like, he would wait for a certain percentage of tiredness. His brother was big and strong and, like, perfect, right? Perfectly genetically perfect, and he would always turn back around because he would go as far as he could go before he knew, like, oh, I can't get back. If I went any further, I wouldn't have enough in me to get back. I'm not expressing this appropriately, but, and then, like, when he beat his brother, is like, how did you beat me? And the brother, I think it was Ethan Hawke or someone, was like, I wasn't planning on coming back. Like, he didn't stop. He would have not had enough energy to come back. It didn't matter. Like, so that was something that randomly came up in my head. I don't know if that's fully related, but it has to do with that. Davis Course said, yesterday I also figured out a cheap-ish way to start my own orchard. I will hopefully be able to make that happen someday. So, like, do you sell your food? Do you deliver it? Because I would accept a delivery. Also orchard. So, like, where are you? I assume in the U.S., but, like, where are you that this stuff doesn't die? Is it like a seasonal thing? Because if you found a cheapish way, if you would be able to make that happen someday, I mean, an orchard, you would have to be in a space like, I don't know where apples grow. Or, I mean, orchard could be anything, I guess, but like fruit, right? Could do oranges, or is it orchard only apples? It's a good question. You could search that. So I'm thinking apple orchard, right? But I have to search it so I know. Oh, pears, peaches, plums, cherries, nectarines, apricots, oranges. Bam. Okay. So that was a fun aside. So yes, I blessed that orchard, dude. I hope you do well, and I hope it's successful. Especially, it sounds like you really like to work out in the outdoors. We need more people like that. Need more people who are capable and can do that. And so when anything goes off the grid, all of that stuff, you'll be set. So everyone, remember Davis' course. Get to know him. He will have you covered. Best one, the Cinderace. You have a lot to offer. You provide information and life advice. Thank you. You're very nice. I try. We're all a team. This is a team effort here, everybody. Dr. M69, I might know the one you mean, but unfortunately this was an isolated incident. Oh, okay. All right. I forget what we were talking about with that, so we're gonna just move along. And then Fusion Space, I don't consider my current content art. I mean my voice acting, comic books on radio, play comics, which I did for 5 years. Check it out if you want to learn about Green Lantern. Are you enjoying Lanterns? I say that quite facetiously. If you actually were a Green Lantern fan, I really like Kyle Chandler so very much. Yeah, so I have not been watching Green Lantern, or Lanterns, sorry. I have not been watching Lanterns, but I have been watching all the reviews about Lanterns. As from Heels versus Babies, I'm not sure. Heels versus Baby. You know that's his account, but it's AZ. He's been doing some really good reviews of Lanterns. There's several of them, but that was a really good one. I really enjoyed his episode 2 overview, and Disparu's been doing a really in-depth Lanterns reviews as well for every episode. Several of them are, but those I've been like watching, taking time out to watch them, and instead of actually watching Lanterns, I will watch their reviews of Lanterns. So I highly suggest that. I'm sure there's a lot more that we'll be talking about them, but I wonder if you've been enjoying those. And then Fusion Space, thanks for the shout out though. You're a sweet girl. Well, thank you. I'm trying. We try to support each other here, everybody. We are a very supportive space, all of you guys. I really like you guys. That's why I come on here and somehow am able to talk for so long. You give me stuff to talk about. And then Fusion also says, I also paint and make toys and custom displays, props and replicas, etc. I do consider that art. And that's what I saw. You were talking about the animatrons on Disney in one of your videos, and you know, you were really in depth discussing them. And so it did seem like you had a lot of knowledge about the props and like that sort of situation. So that did come across in your videos. And then you also say, but my opinions are just common venting like everyone else. Mine as well. You and me both. It's fine. I mean, I think it's important for us to have our spaces, you know, to vent, especially in this world where we are more and more isolated, more and more separated, just feeling like getting our ideas out there and heard, which is also why it sucks when we don't get a lot of views. It's like, you know, because we want to share this stuff and we feel like maybe we have something worthwhile to share, but, you know, to not put your happiness on that, because I do think you have stuff to share, and if one person likes it or gets something from it, I think that's really useful. And then Fusion Space also continues, I can't change people, I can only lead by example and hope they follow, but it gets hard after so many years. It's how we lose our way. It really is. It's so hard. I know from chronic illness, sometimes it's like, even having been better, anytime something little happens, like I am so burnt out. You love my callbacks, from my body not feeling well, that even like the slightest unwell feeling now, it's like I feel like I go into this spiral, and it's like I can't handle even one more second of not feeling well, because I've dealt with it for so many years. So even having been well and been able, like it like doesn't go away, that feeling. So I definitely understand that concept of just after the years, it's just like one more thing and one more day, and all of that does feel really hard. And I think we all have those moments. It's why it's so important not to overstretch ourselves, but have certain, like a few handful, small amount of people in our lives that we really reach out to, that we really try to engage with, that we try to help out or try to ask how they're doing. It would be nice if people did the same for us, and we can't expect that. You cannot expect anyone to help you, ever. Humans are unreliable, but maybe you can be reliable for someone else so that they don't have to experience the pain and the loneliness that we might have to experience. And it's something like you just, men will, if you put your faith in man, not men, but like humans, like women as well, then you will be disappointed. We will fail each other constantly. That's like, if one thing is consistent about humanity, we will fail each other. So that is sad, but it's like, once you know that, then you just don't rely on other people. But then when someone is there for you, it's actually really great. Like, you guys showing up to the stream, and I'm not talking to myself. You know I can do it. I can talk to myself, but it really does mean a lot to me that you guys show up. You guys are there for me, and that is encouraging, and that is something that I do not take lightly. I was really tired, and I didn't want to do the stream, and I was not looking forward to it, and I was like, I'm only going to come on for like an hour. I have nothing to say, and look at us. It's 2 hours and 30 minutes. This is you guys. This is not me. You guys have energized me and made it worthwhile to come here. So I do come and make the effort because I know that when I get here, I enjoy talking to you guys. So but it can sometimes, it's like, oh, I don't have the energy to do it, but apparently I had 40% left in me. Gosh, I'm really on fire here with my callbacks. Okay, Fusion Space. I do still make the show, just a lot more slowly. And I think, you gotta kind of work with that, right? Like, we've gotta connect with where we are at and keep it going in enough ways that we don't completely stop, but sometimes we gotta slow down. I know, like in December, I was posting a whole lot of videos, and I had that time and availability. I had to pull back because I didn't want to completely burn out. I didn't want to have to completely stop. And so that's when I decided I'm going to do lives, and I'll try to cut them up for video on demands, but I'm not going to be able to do videos solo without lives, because like I had to decide which one is more important to me, and it was more important to talk to you guys than to do stuff on my own. Just for views or whatever. So this was more fulfilling for me to do it this way. I know that some of you do wish that I would do other things. Someone earlier, Ivan, wants me to do a little more reaction videos, and that's totally good to know. And I plan on doing those as well. So it's good to know some people do enjoy those. I will do those when I do have the capacity. Usually it's around not the before holidays, but like when it's actually everyone else is on vacation. I still have some work to do, but I do have a bit more time, and I'll probably around that time ramp up the amount of stuff I'm doing a little more. And it's just, that's a seasonal thing. I think a lot of people tend to have a little more time during the actual holidays. Again, I do work contract work, and so it's not really like I get paid vacation or any of that, so I tend to work throughout the holidays, but because everyone else is on vacation, I don't get meetings and all that. I just have so much more free time. Meetings take up so much time. Let's see, next, Davis course. Okay. Yes, everything has gone downhill. I blame data centers and AI for everything. I despise them with a passion. If I had enough I would figure out how to blame data centers for the fall of man. I mean, you saw that data centers, if you look at the amount of like what has to happen for that water to be cleaned out before it gets flushed back into our system, because data centers use so much water, and then like what it has to do and all the chemical stuff that has to go on to remove the stuff that's dangerous. And you also see that these people like the Meta had that a few instances where their data centers poisoned the town. So I mean, you're seeing this stuff. I bet we're gonna see a lot of we're these beta testers, right? They're testing it with humans' life. So we're beta testers for AI and all the stuff that this will be hurting people later on. So I do see data centers as ridiculous in the sense that if you're looking at, I believe it's Google that's doing it, which is unfortunate. It's ABC maybe, the umbrella company, but it's unfortunate because Google has like the worst AI. Well, Meta has pretty bad AI. I would say probably Apple has the worst AI because they don't try to do AI. Meta has silly AI. It's very silly. It's just bad. And so they're just not even on par at this point. But Google is very popular, and it's awful AI. I mean, Claude is really bad, but like Google, it's the worst. Anyone who uses search now, it's mainly just used to take screenshots of its lies and hallucinations. You could ask like, I think there was like, oh, there's so many. I'm not even going to go into that, but I was going to think about the one that I'm sure you've seen the images going around about asking Google if there are more abortions than deaths or whatever, something like that. And then it would say no. And then it would give the stats, which actually say the exact opposite. And I just like, if the system can't check itself as it's guessing its next character, then it's a stupid, bad system. It's not AI. So I have problems with AI, especially because it sucks. And then what Google is doing, apparently I've heard that they're creating their own chips so they don't have to use NVIDIA chips. And that will actually, they take up so much less data. They don't need all the centers. So what actually is very smart to invest in, it's unfortunate it's people who suck at AI, or their AI currently sucks, but they won't have to use all the data centers. And I feel like that is what should have been happening this whole time. These people getting bigger data, like there's just not enough space, and you don't really need it all if you create the chips and the actual resources and foundation that wouldn't need all of that. But they're like greedy and they just want to move off of this and build those bigger. No, the AI is bad. They need to move away from LLMs, make different AI, because LLMs are not the future of AI. They're crap. They're absolutely awful. I can't even get into that right now. So many things I hate about it. Courtney Harris, hi. Hi, nice to see you. I see you comment on my stuff. Didn't know you did lives. What's up? What is up? I do lives, and I'm starting to do lives. So, Courtney, a lot of the stuff that I post recently is just like me trying to get some sort of edited video out of my lives. So this one could be difficult, but I think I have some stuff about rusting, some stuff about burnout. We'll see what I actually get from this. I still haven't cut up my last live that I did. I felt like that was a few good things. I have one about me not having babies and regretting and telling people not to wait. You know, biology is real. And then things about when I was sick and how what I look like and what I was avoiding looking like and how horrible I felt when I looked that way, like bony and any of that was things that I'm seeing celebrities look like now, and those were like warning signs for me. And even before I got to those spaces, I was feeling awful and just all this stuff. So I have a few things from that one. So that's coming, but I did want to do the lives. So the lives are the first part, and then if I get time, I do the video on demand. So yes, I haven't done a new video recently, so I'm glad you're here, and now you know. I do the lives, and I do try for the people who can't make it through the lives, don't want to sift through all the back and forths and stuff. I do try to create coherent little small videos later when I do get the chance, but it was important to come here. And then Davis Course, Eastern Texas Panhandle. Okay, so like El Paso, nope, wrong direction. I don't know what is that far in east. So that is it really hot there? Is it like Austin is the area I'm in, and it's just ridiculous. Things don't survive for certain times of year. So I do wonder, I mean, Texas and further south, is that hotter? I guess, no, you know what? When I was closer to the equator, when I was in Venezuela, there was the rainy season and the dry season, and it was about in the 80s most of the year long. It was a very nice environment, and it had the two seasons, one season where it was rainy all the time, and one where it was dry. Like, it didn't rain that much, but it was very nice. So maybe the lower in Texas, is it getting to that area, or do you have to get past Mexico and stuff first? I don't know. Don't know how that works. I've never lived down like McKinney. Is it the McKinney area? I mean, I'm not sure. So, yeah, so I do wonder how you'll make things survive. But I guess if you're like closer to Georgia and different places, you might have. It seems like they have a lot of orchards, in Georgia. So it also depends on how much rain you get. Depending on where you are, you might get more rain. We don't get very much rain here. We're in like a permanent drought. Ever since I moved here, like 3 years ago, we've been in like level 3 drought. I think it went down to level 2 once when it was really rainy earlier this year, but we've been like in a drought state where since I've been here, you have to ration like when you are only allowed to water your yard in the morning or at night, like before, like from 6 to 7 a.m. Like there's actual time frames, and like on certain streets you have a certain day you're allowed to do it. So it could be Mondays is the only day a week you're allowed to water your yard. Yeah, so it's an interesting environment to move to. Let's see. Fusion Space says, I am loving Lantern so far. I have reviews up for each episode where I provide the comics context. I think they're drawing from mostly the 90s and 70s more than anything recent. Yeah, I mean, I'd be interested in seeing. I have heard mostly bad things about it at this point, but I don't know what they're basing it on. So that's, since you have some comic understanding, I'd be interested in seeing what your thoughts are on it. A lot of the reviews I have heard about it is from people who are just really frustrated with the political stuff, the woke stuff, and just the killing of like Hal, and this possibly actual killing, but even just the way it's written with the mystery boxes that they call it, just all these things that are open-ended that they likely will not close. So a lot of it has to do with the writing, and some of the main characters, and how it's trying to basically ruin the original hero. So yeah, that's interesting. So I'd be interested in seeing what you have to say about it. But oh, and then you continue. This is why I should keep going. I'm saddened by how negative most of the reviews are, and literally nobody knows the comics, yet they claim it's unfaithful just for social and popularity points. Now, I don't think the people that I watch aren't doing it to be popular, and they're doing it because I do believe there is a point that you reach, and I've reached it, where you just can't enjoy something that is following the same thing that Hollywood has been doing, that you're perceiving that it's been doing for such a long time. The political stuff in there, the deconstructing heroes stuff, the taking, the last beloved way that Hal was and changing him. This is not based on a comic, but this is based on like Kyle Chandler version, or even, some of the other more recent ones, which I don't think they really counted those. So what I see them, it's definitely not for popularity, because I don't think they're definitely not the shills, but I do think some of it is extra sensitive about it, or extra upset, because you just contend, it's that one more thing thing. I'm good with words, where you just can't anymore. Like, you've hit the breaking point of being able to deal with Hollywood's woke BS. And so I think when they see that, like the girl boss and the kind of the gross stuff happening in there, eating off another man's grill, those sort of things, if you know what I mean. It's just, I think there are some of those things that people aren't liking about it. So I think if you're able to step back away from that, maybe you would have a different review. So that's definitely interesting. I'll check those out. Dr. M69, I was talking about doctors who can't answer if men can get pregnant. Oh, it was a her. Yeah, I recall seeing multiple hearings of where that happened. There are absolutely multiple times where it had happened. I wonder where that was. Dr. M69. I might know the one you mean, but unfortunately this was not one isolated incident. Exactly. So that's what I was talking about. You might know the one I mean because maybe you saw my video on it, but it was also pretty viral. Everyone talked about it, but there are a lot of hearings about it. I guess I've only seen one recently, newer one, and that was a guy who couldn't say it, but that wasn't the video I was talking about. But okay, thank you for clarifying. I appreciate you guys' patience when I forget what I was talking about at one point that you probably commented on right away. I just didn't get to it in time for my brain to understand what we were talking about. But yeah, that's crazy. Doctors, and they can answer it, they just refuse to. So yes, we were talking about me being fed up with some of this BS. That would be something. I have hit a point where I probably have 40% left in me to tolerance, but I feel like I've hit the breaking point here. Oh, Fusion Space, and I like Jester Bell. I really do as well. I aim videos at her because I think she and her audience are within reason, but she doesn't quite get real art. She chases popularity first. I mean, again, I can't really know intent. She's been doing really well. She's been getting more popular recently, and I think that's great for her. I don't know. I don't see her as someone who seems to chase the clout. She has subversive views. It's really hard to tell people's intent. So I wouldn't say that she just chases popularity because she gets hate for a lot of the things that she says. And much like me, I think she tries to comment on women and some of the portrayals that we're seeing about men and women, which do get more views and different things now. So I think that the fact that we believe it isn't just chasing popularity just because it gets better views. I do videos about women and they get a lot more views than any of the other videos I do. I still do other videos, but I'm aware when I do a video about women that it will probably get more views than some of my other videos. And that's just, I tried not to do only women videos to try to round it out, but women have really been angering me lately, so I've done a lot of videos on them. But many people will probably think I do stuff for popularity, and I think that's, it's a fair thing to think, but you can't ever know intent. So I can see where you would see that what she says, and then she's saying things that are getting popular. So I can see why you would think that. I don't feel that about what I'm hearing her say. I think she's just talking about what she likes and what she doesn't like. But I don't know her, so I really couldn't say either way. But I do enjoy watching her. But I also did enjoy watching your video, and that was a valid call out. I felt like it was an extremely valid call out that if you're calling Jean Grey, who is a villain, or at least in the Brand New Day movie, who is a villain, in that a villain, and you're not calling Nikki a villain from Obsession. I still believe her name is Nikki. For some reason, that's the name that keeps coming to my head. Then yeah, you are being hypocritical in that you're not looking at it. Maybe it was just a it definitely was inconsistent. So I agreed with that. I never saw her Obsession video, so I haven't gone back and watched that yet as well. Best one, the Cinderace. Do I consider myself famous? Or do you think the algorithm is actively suppressing your potential audience? Absolutely, the algorithm is suppressing a lot of us. It's not necessarily suppressing me for me. It's suppressing people because it's only pushing the trended stuff, and it cannot, because what the algorithms, especially the LLM based ones, is they choose the next most plausible character. So not even a full word. If it wants to write the word and, it will choose A, and it will guess that N is the next one, and it will guess that D is the next character, and then it will guess space is the next character. It sometimes will get things wrong. It's gotten stuff where it puts a period in the middle of a word. So it's guessing every character. And so it's based on the most plausible idea, not based on what your intent is, based on what it guesses is the thing that's the most popular thing to say next. So anyone who has a different viewpoint that's not out there, it's going to be not shown. The algorithm's not going to know what to do with you. It's going to guess no one wants this because it only knows what is trending, what is popular. So it is suppressing people, whether or not that is intentional by a higher up who's creating it. I just think it's low IQ AI. It's just stupid. And so it does affect different views, I guess more subversive views. Also, most algorithms were trained over the last decade or so, and the last decade or so was being trained by very biased, very woke, very unequal opinions, very anti-white, very anti-male opinions. And so with that, we're getting everything in our AI, everything in search, and all of the algorithms are pushing the good views, the ones that are acceptable views to have based on extremely biased input. What it's that meme, the put trash in, trash comes out. That's what we're dealing with the algorithm. So that's one thing that I really like about X is it still has the bias stuff in there, but they've really cleaned it out a lot, and it works as far as any of the algorithms that I've dealt with regularly on a daily basis. Grok does have its issues, but the algorithm of X is actually, as far as all the social media aggregate algorithms, it is the most functional for what it needs to be doing. It's the most discoverability. You get the most people. I get the most people seeing my stuff on X. It has the most distribution. It's the least biased of all of the algorithms that I've seen so far. And so I believe Grok does have its issues, but I believe that they're cleaned up and they're addressed much quicker, and it's a lot less shady about it. I think OpenAI is fairly shady about everything they do. Sam Altman is not a good guy, and he's not ever claimed to be a good guy. So, guess there's that. Okay, Fusion Space. Oh, she better stay away from lanterns, though. She's nowhere near mature enough to appreciate it. Good thing she stopped 10 minutes into episode 2. She doesn't even know they showed a man's part. So, yeah, that's Heels versus Beals. Anyway, as he did a really funny review of episode 2. He did not like it, but so you might not enjoy that, but he did make a note, and he made sure that his face was like right in the spot. When you have your face on a reaction video, right in that spot when he showed that scene. It was pretty funny. So it was an alien thingy, so it was supposed to be an alien, but it was alien in the shape of a man, but the woman was covered, so no double standards there. I don't know. It's on HBO. It was unnecessary. I don't know how old Jester Bell is, honestly. I don't know anything about her. I've only been watching her since like Supergirl era, so like July-ish. I haven't watched a whole lot of the entertainment stuff or the entertainment content, people reviewing that stuff, comic books or any of that. She definitely is well versed in comic book eras of like X-Men. So I don't know what her views of Green Lantern are. But some people, it is like, and maybe this is what you were saying, like some people, it's like they watch it because this is what's popular, everyone is talking about it, so you watch it although you don't have a whole lot of expertise in that specific comic or that specific thing. You're watching it more just as a fan of these type of movies, and so you might not have as good or well-rounded reviews based on maybe your lack of understanding the pure source material, and not just the source but different types of the source material, the whole array. So I can see where that could be the case. But you continue. Poor girl will be scandalized. She does seem very innocent. I like her a lot. But she seems young. I don't know how old she is, but I think she seems really nice. She seems like a nice girl. Let's see, Davis course. It's very dry here, and there has been many days of 105 plus. Yeah, here as well. So I wonder how your orchard will do. If I guess you just have to really be conscientious about what they need to survive and what times of year. My mom does really well growing okra here. Okra's doing very well here in Texas heat in the 100 degrees. The tomatoes did not fare well. so tomatoes were not her friend. The basil did well for a minute, so different seasons the basil will do well. Right now it's rough, right? It's rough out there, but some of her plants are doing okay. So yeah, it's gonna have to be the figs. The figs do really well here for some reason. They're good with the arid environments. I don't know, really hot. Amarillo by morning. Yeah, I have actually never been to Amarillo, Texas, but I'm aware of it. So, yeah, I'm around Austin as well, or I'm around Austin, so you say around Amarillo, so it's probably like a smaller town outside. That's what I say too about Austin, because I say I'm in Austin, but I'm not like in Austin. That's just the area that people would know about it. So I'll have to look and see how close you are to everything right now off the top. I'm picturing it exactly where you said, in the east, so yeah. Let's see. Oh, that was the one I was talking about. I'm up around Amarillo. I forgot to pin that so everyone can see it real quick. I don't know if that was necessary. But here. Okay. Next. The aliens aren't a stand-in for anything. They're just literal aliens. Watch Peacemaker. It's running. Storyline in the Gunverse. Like James Gunn. I didn't see any woke nonsense. People are hypersensitive, like with the Odyssey. I would disagree with you on that. I think people are fed up with some stuff, and I think different people's idea of what is woke is different. So I would disagree. I think there is a whole lot of wokeness in the Lanterns, especially Boss Girl wokeness, and in Lanterns, sorry. And then also the Odyssey does have wokeness in it. I think the Odyssey clearly has a message, anti-war message, and pro-immigration message. I don't think that is oversensitive, hypersensitive. I think it's just certain people, we view things as what seeds are being planted, and we see certain things as very clear seeds that other people don't agree that are seeds. So we all will have disagreements on that, but I am 100% with them on the issue of the seeds being planted in certain things, and certain, like men can't be proud, to win a war. They can't be proud to defeat the enemy. They can't be, I definitely felt like it was definitely a anti-hero's journey, and more importantly, very much not the actual text. It subverted the text in such a way, it destroyed it. It wasn't the Odyssey. So had you put a different name on it, maybe it wouldn't have felt so woke, because you weren't seeing that it killed the entire actual real story and the point and the purpose, including the ending. And it had hypocritical moments where you could do certain things to men but not to women. It was rough. I would think the Odyssey is extremely woke in a lot of ways. It might have had a little more subtleness in it, but there were plenty of subversive things that it did that were into the patterns. And again, this is where people have certain patterns that they see, and that's what they're seeing, and it bothers them more than it bothers you. So that's, to each their own. And then Fusion Space continues. Hal Jordan's home city was destroyed in the comics by an alien invasion. It was a huge deal, and to find his character, he destroyed the universe to try to undo it. Oh, okay. Well, so, yeah, I mean, I don't follow Lanterns a lot, but I can see if anyone does follow, this is some of the comic book stuff. He continues, so the aliens aren't anything but actual DC aliens, and people need to ignore the real world when watching fiction and art sometimes. Sometimes, but the real world also is affected by art. And so someone like myself really believes that what we, do, and especially nowadays with the younger generations, they are being fed things, and they are being fed ideologies and different things that I believe are, whether good or bad messages, are affecting them. And I see the effects of the things that were planted in the stuff that I watched growing up now, and I'm seeing the negative effects of a lot of those things. I see some of the positive effects of a few of those other things. So I'm still in a way that I don't separate. Yeah, I can be like, oh, this is fiction, so maybe I can agree with the fantasy aspect of something and I can separate that. But, with these messages, with these seeds, I do think those are important to bring out if that's the way that we watch something and that we're viewing it. It's important that everyone has their points of views shown. There's plenty of people who like it, plenty who dislike it, plenty who can look past it. I am not a person that can see that sort of stuff and see the patterns that I've been seeing and enjoy it. But, that's different from being able to watch, say, a Harry Potter movie and enjoying the fantasy aspect of it. And I think some of the issues is also writing inconsistencies where things just don't always make sense. Like if, I don't know. I don't have any good examples. Like when John is passed out and the bird needs his focus to survive, but he's passed out. There are certain writing issues, I guess, that they're seeing that, again, I haven't watched it, so I'm not going to be able to argue it, nor do I need to, but, I think with a lot of writing, there's really poor writing nowadays, and I think that's a really big issue, is just the scripting even. Just all of it's just kind of crappy, and even the casting has been poor in a lot of things, so... I think it's just, again, it's that culmination when things are stacked over and over and you just are fed up and you just can't really see it for anything else at that point. So, and it can ruin the art for some people and some people can look past it. So that is going to be to each their own. And then Fusion Space, they all just complain to serve their narratives and audiences and don't give a damn what the comments actually were or what the show could be. Again, that's adding intent, so I would disagree. I think they just have opinions, and you have a different one. And I agree with a lot of their opinions on the issues with certain things in entertainment especially. So I don't think it's to serve a narrative or an audience. I think it's whether they like it or not, it doesn't matter. They'll talk about it, And I think people just like them to be honest, and I think a lot of them are very honest. You say they all. I know some, and they're not that person that is just doing it for views. That's just how they feel. So I would disagree with knowing the intent of everyone. Some people do want just views, and also having a view that you will get, like, I just think they're two separate things. They're not, one doesn't mean the other. If you have a view that seems to be popular, doesn't mean that's the only reason you have that view. Just because some people do doesn't mean that everyone does. So I would give a lot of people benefit of the doubt until I really know anything about them. But I think if you know of people who will be consistent and say pretty much the similar things about whether they like something or not, they don't always hate things, but they're pretty consistent in their reasoning for either way, I wouldn't call them a shill. I would call someone more of a shill doing something just for access or just because of that, where they contradict themselves more. I would say that's closer. But again, it's fun to call people that, but I don't know any of these people, so I can't really know who is doing anything for any reason. Courtney Harris says, personally, I'm not in the AI doomsday camp. I'm excited about its potential to destroy Hollywood and bring storytelling into the hands of passionate writers free of the political purity monoculture. I really agree with a lot of aspects of some of the accessibility that AI might have, especially for the entertainment world. A lot of people are so anti-AI. A lot of people are really pro. I'm kind of in the middle. I think AI right now is pretty crappy, and I would like it to be better. But do I think that there are potential for someone to create something that didn't have that ability for a cheaper amount? I do agree with that concept. I think the problem is that uncanny valley exists, and I think just like CGI, when you use AI and replace some of the skill sets that needed during the actual filming or whatever. I mean, if you're just doing AI for a cartoon, okay, but there's still a lot of people who really like to draw and animate, and I think, there is space for that, and it does take longer, and it's harder to do that sort of thing. But for AI, for making it try to look like real people, I'm not a huge fan of that. I feel like just a there's a skill level with how you have to do lighting and the set work and all of that that I think is really important, when you watch something as a human, how you're processing things. I have a whole video about AI and Uncanny Valley. So I think that's the main issue with AI and entertainment. If it's meant to be, not realistic humans, like if you're just doing the adventures of Mary Sue, which I think that's great and that's awesome, and it's also a very talented writer, like you were saying. So I think there's a way for writers to be able to tell their stories and get noticed using AI in a way that they couldn't prior. And I do agree that it kind of opens that door with a lot of things. Similar to, I think, just something like YouTube or different places. That's not even AI, right? That's just a type of technology that helps us connect our stories and our voices to each other in a way that isn't limited by only one view, which, some people dislike I would agree, I don't like the political stuff, the Hollywood. I would agree. Political purity, monoculture. Not everyone on this chat might think that way, but I definitely would agree that we need better writers. And I believe that most of the writers in Hollywood have been replaced. Like the good writers have all been replaced or left. I've seen a lot of journalists leave where they just, because they were not able to have their own views. So it's not that you can't have the current views that are everyone's talking and allowed to present, in larger spaces, journalists or whatever in Hollywood. It's just you need to have all the views allowed. And I feel like that's the problem that you're even addressing here with the monoculture. It's just not all the views are allowed. So people who think differently, or are annoyed by some of the things, they're not really getting catered to. So I do see that as a positive thing. And then Davis talking about men getting pregnant. I miss the days when men were men, women were women, and fish were fish. Now I have no idea what's going on. I know, all the furries and everything. Did you see that story? It was like of a woman who, her child from like the age of like 4 or something, when it was a cat or something, she even trained her child, the human child, to have a litter box, to only eat like cat type food, like I forget exactly, like tuna and different things. Literally, she raised this child who thought he was a cat. I'm sure she encouraged it. I highly doubt the child really wanted to be a cat forever. But by the time, and she like made schools accommodate it, like literally this child was using a litter box. And then she was really upset because, the child was becoming a teen and was deciding that he wasn't a cat, he was a boy. And she was so frustrated and like about like all the sacrifices she made in his life because he was a cat, and she was approved of that, and like now she's lost her baby. I'm over here like this woman shouldn't, this was child abuse and she should not have been allowed to continue that. But yeah, I'm with you, Davis Course. I understand. Fusion Space, clarifying, I did not mean she is a grifter, a liar, or a shill. I meant she's young and impressionable. I agree. Women are also very impressionable, sir. We really are. And she goes with the crowd too much. That might be true. I don't know. You might be watching her a lot more. I've only, again, watched since July, so I don't know. She lacks self-confidence and doesn't get the difference yet. There could be the case. I do know that she's newer to like being on panels and different things, so maybe that just takes practice. So yeah, I could see what you're saying there. And then Fusion Space, between a movie selling a lot of tickets and a movie being great art for the ages. Yeah, there is a big difference between those. I guess you ran out of characters. That's what happened with Best Won the Cinderace, who I haven't heard in a while, so he might have had to go. So yeah, I mean, I don't know what anyone's understanding are. I know things can sell a lot of tickets and not be good movies. I don't think that really makes, and I think everyone looks at what they enjoy about it differently. Like I have told, many, I've probably said this before, I will turn the channel and watch something like a commercial just because I don't want like the actual programming that's on. I did that in radio all the time, and I would rather just listen to commercials because I listen to commercials and then I analyze them as I'm listening, and I wonder about the marketing, what they were. I think about their budget, I think about their demo, I think about what they're trying to do with this, why they made that choice that they did, and if it was successful, what sort of bias is in the commercials, those sort of things. So I also watch different things with that. So if you're into art and different artistic things, you might appreciate a movie in a different way than, say, I would, visually speaking. So I can see that everyone will have kind of their own opinions. Sorry, I started reading the next comment. Dr. M69 says, Davis, of course, I have a fish trapped in a man's body and you can't prove that I'm not. It's so true. We really can't. You can't prove anything here. So that's funny. I want to keep that up for a little bit. Fusion space continues, and more importantly, when something actually hates men and degrades them, like most of the culture, and when we get something that holds them up as strong and powerful, like Odyssey and Lanterns. I don't agree that Odyssey held up men. I guess we have different we have different opinions on the Odyssey, and Lanterns even. I would probably disagree with that from what I've seen, but everyone has their own opinions, but and like what we think is degrading or not, or what we think is a trope or not, we all have our own opinions about that. Other crowd investigators, hello, welcome. Elena, what's your opinion on the Chinese Robot Olympics? I don't know what this is. What is this? What are you talking about here? I had to move Dr. M69's. I really did enjoy his message. So, Chinese Robot Olympics. So, okay, I'm going to look this up. Chinese Robot Olympics. I mean, I've seen the robot stuff. Oh. What? I'm going to have to, watch some of this stuff. So, Chinese robot beats some bull. Okay. Chinese humanoid robot running 100 meters. Breaking records, bursting into flames. I don't know if that's a parody account. One robot ends with humanoids 8.64 second, 100 meter. Nearly a second faster. Should we be impressed? I mean, I'm not sure we should be impressed. You're a robot. But, apparently Sparks did fly, so that wasn't a parody. You never know if it's one of those parody accounts. I know Snopes is getting about, what is that bee one? I always see it on Twitter. And they just do parody stuff, and Snopes is putting articles out about how it's not true, some of these things. It's actually pretty funny. So yeah, something did burst into flame. That's probably not good. They probably worked really hard on that, and the flames. I don't think that's part of the celebration at the end. But, the record has been beat. Am I surprised, or do I think it's special that a robot beat a human? Absolutely not. I mean, okay, robots should be, if they're calculating more than humans, I mean, yeah, that I would expect that to happen. So, do I think it's impressive that you can create a robot? Yes. A robot that can run? Yes. Do I think it's impressive? I mean, I know that's not your question. I was just looking at the news stories. Do I think it's impressive that, should I care that a robot beat a human? No. That's what you're built for. Humans are, we have to train. Robots don't. So, yeah, and they don't get tired unless they run out of batteries or burst into flames. Let's see, fusion space, and if we don't start recognizing the difference, then there's no way back of culture. I think some people are just feeling different than you about what is degrading to men and what limit they're willing. I believe that we've crossed the line very much in Hollywood, that it is a bunch of boss girls and making fun of men and tearing down heroes, and I would absolutely agree with that, which obviously you don't. So let's move along. We don't want to fight about this all night, or discuss this all night. I'm trying to wrap up, everybody, but I have to get through like a bunch more comments. So LOL, that's why I'm not even mad at Jester Bell. I know she's only attacking DC because she's sad they're burning X-Men to the ground, and I get it. I mean, she's really upset about that, and she's a really big X-Men fan, so I have noticed that as something, but yeah. Yeah, she was very disappointed, so I know that was very dear to her heart, and you can tell she's a big fan, and that's what really got her into comic books even, so I feel like that's a special one for her. It's kind of like if someone were to try to redo Buffy, I'd be all about this, guys. Like, in a negative way, this would be all you're hearing about. They would ruin Buffy. I don't trust them. Don't trust Hollywood. And then Fusion Space continues, when the actress who played Nikki was cast as the new Rogue, it must have seemed like punishment from God. Her beloved 90s cartoon version will be even more forgotten. Yeah, I don't know which one she likes, but I don't know did she say she didn't like, what is it, Indy something, Navarette? Yeah, I mean, I think she might have said like that was off. She's really short as well, and I think Rogue was statuesque and tall, and we could see. I mean, I don't know. You can't blame someone for capitalizing on their popularity. I do blame actors, though, for accepting roles that they're clearly not for. I think that is their fault as well, and they should be held accountable for ruining IPs by doing that. I think they are culpable. Looking at you, Lupita Nyong'o. Okay, we are... Oh, Fusion Space. I relate to her. She does seem like a nice person. I'd like to talk to her on stream someday if I ever get big enough to notice. It'd be nice. Oh, you'd be nice. I'd be nice. Well, I mean, she doesn't seem like sitting there just blocking people. Oh, she seems pretty reachable. If you go on X, I think you could like DM her or at least like message her. So I don't see her as being like, no, I would never do it. So let me see. Best one, the Cinder Ace. Oh wow, there seems to be a lot more down here. Okay, best one, the Cinder Ace. Have a safe night. Going to sleep. I did notice you were leaving. I noticed I hadn't heard from you. So have a good night. Thank you for your topic. He was the one who gave the topic for the rusting out concept. Let's see, Fusion Space, but I have to be honest and not hold back harsh opinions. That's how we grow as artists, and I hope she takes it the right way. As people get popular, they are talked about. I was, luckily it was a nice feature, but I was featured on that Manosphere Highlights Daily. I always mix it up. So, it's how it works. I'm sure she's used to it. I think she gets a whole lot of hate messages from people who are really big fans of things who cannot accept that people have different opinions. They want everyone to like the same things, and we just don't. And that's okay. I think it's great that we don't like the same things. Let's see, that we're not all the same. Driss Crab, is Austin better than more northern Texas cities? Why would people choose a dry place like Austin? I chose Austin. I hate Austin so much. I chose it because of my family. So I don't know if I'm the best person to ask. I did not want to move back here. I did it for my family. I hated it. I hate the weather. I wanted to leave Austin when I lived here before, and I was grateful when our show moved to Nashville. I was trying to leave, and they were like, okay, but we're about to move to Nashville, so, you can stay and do the show there. And so I stayed, and I did the show in Nashville for a few years, until I did finally leave and move to New York. But yeah, I don't know why. Some people say it's, I don't know. Honestly, I don't know why people move. My family lives here because they live here, I went to college in Austin, and my older sister was living here going to college when we all moved back to the States from Venezuela. So that was where we ended up moving, was back to Austin to be near my sister who had gone to college here and then just made roots here in Austin with my niece. So, that's like what we did. I'm only in Austin for my family though, honest. And they know that. They know I dislike Austin. I wanted to leave Austin and I told them several times I would never go back. But here we are because I love my family. Fusion Space talking about Jester Bell. She makes short films she's quite proud of, and she's gonna go Hollywood one of these days. Wait and see. Okay, we'll mark it. Everyone wait and see. We'll see what happens. Let's pray for her so she doesn't. We want the best for everyone, and we don't want people to turn Hollywood. At least we all agree Hollywood is a corrupting space, and it's very hard not to turn Hollywood when you're there. So let's pray for her safety. Okay, here, your take on the Odyssey is why I say audience are the worst they've ever been. I have a few videos on the Odyssey you should watch too. They're short and to the point. Yeah, to each their own. Fusion Space, letting the woman have their say didn't matter one bit. That movie was all about the strength and legacy of men. I completely disagree, but, okay. Driss Crab, fiction, fairy tale, myths, etc. tend to teach, influence, and imprint ideas on people more than more literal and non-fiction material. That's a really interesting point. I bet that's true because they're like more open, right? They're more open to receiving whatever's happening, and they get really attached and are more emotionally involved in it in a way that their logic isn't being, the logic gate is kind of open at that point. I would say that's a likely very accurate read, Driss Crab, so thank you for adding that to there. I agree. We are hitting 3 hours and 30 minutes, guys, so I know I'm going shorter on the comments. I so much appreciate your comments, but I do want to get to them. Okay, Davis Course, speaking of art, we need to reintroduce the world to Bob Ross. When art was art, it was so beautiful. Is that the guy with the fro? Art was art and was beautiful. I mean, there are a lot of really good artists still. There's a lot of really good crafters still. It sucks that you can't really, that you have to like look at stuff and you're not sure if it was made by AI or if it was like a real skilled person. I do find that frustrating. So I do remember, it's like Bob Ross is, if he's who I'm thinking of, it reminds me of like Mr. Rogers as well. The slower pacing, just calmness of it. It's just stuff that wouldn't fly today. And I do find the beauty and the simplicity of it while showing, something like a real talent and skill and teaching other people the talents and skills. Let's see. And then Fusion Space, that's not a writing issue. That's an intentional mystery. I disagree with a lot of the mystery box stuff that happens, mostly because they never actually solve it later. They just open stuff up and they don't close the loop. So I get, we're just not in agreement, Fusion Space. So the rings can't keep a construct going when it's off the body, except in special cases. The rings can be used in special ways by special beings, okay. So that's about the bird still staying alive. It's too much to go into, just stay out of it. I'm here talking, so I will talk when I talk. Fusion Space art is dead and you are watching it be gutted and cleaned. It's black pill of you. Continue. Davis Course, nothing is dead if there is but one fool left to fight for it. I agree, Davis Course. I really want to white pill this space up. All right. And then you guys gonna argue for a second. And who's the more fool, the fool or the fool who follows him? Both. Blind leading the blind. You're still gonna end up in the ditch, guys. Courtney Harris. The uncanny will be solved over time. I'd rather Hollywood fall to empower individuals who maybe then can use their success to stage authentic projects of their own. Yes, I believe the uncanny valley will not be solved. It is a biological reflex that we cannot ever fix. I believe if you look at my uncanny valley video that we will be desensitized to the point that we can function and our physiological systems will be hurt They will not be able to recognize real predators and real problems and real fake things, and that's just something that will happen over time. It will definitely happen over time, but I do agree that we need to empower individuals who can use their success and put authentic projects of their own. I definitely agree. I don't agree that uncanny will be solved. I do agree that what solving would look like would be that our physiological thing that we don't control, we can't control it, that reaction that is protecting us from the vulnerable liars, the fakes, the stuff, the death, the sickness, that stuff that is biologically ingrained in all animals and humans specifically, especially. We have a really heightened sense of it. It's physical. We can't control it. I believe that will be desensitized. So I do have a video about it though. So I won't get into that as I'm wrapping up. Courtney started parallel entertainment ecosystem from the ash. I agree. I hope that something happens like that, you know. I do. I'm all about it, you know. I think Hollywood is bleeding money. It's not making movies for everyone. It's making movies for a very small amount of people. So it's giving more opportunities for other people. And a lot of good writers and good artists probably are making their own projects, and I believe we'll see them. So I'm with you, and you know, partially with you on that. So Davis, of course, is laughing at Fusion Space, probably the fool thing, the fool comment. Let's see. Dr. M69, Courtney Harris, I think there are people, oops, did I do that? Did I do it right? Okay, yeah. Dr. M69, I think there are people trying, but it's such a colossal undertaking that I don't know what it would take for them to be truly successful. I guess that's exactly what I was thinking. You said it better, so yeah. I agree, Dr. M69. That is what I was trying to say less eloquently. I have been talking for 3.5 hours. We might be on a record, everybody. You guys have been really talkative tonight, and I appreciate it. So thank you for being talkative. Whether we agree or disagree, I do appreciate the comments. Let's see. And I'm going faster because I'm really trying to get through them, and I don't know if I can. There's like, it says there's 46 left, so I'm pretty much just gonna read them. This has never happened before, everybody, having too many messages. I usually get a decent amount, but goodness. Okay, so Dr. M69, nice, she's leaving my message up and affirming my fish. I think it's important to affirm everyone's identity. So of course, yes, you have been affirmed, Sir Fish. Davis course, was the robot thing real? Babylon B, thank you, Dr. M69. That was the parody account that now Snopes is always talking about. Here, let's go to this, but then I'll go back. Yeah, so that's what the Babylon B, that was what I was talking about, where they make a story and then Snopes would be like, this is actually not accurate. It's like, get a clue, people, on Snopes. They have a bot that's really not working, or a person that's low IQ, who doesn't get the joke. So yes, that is Babylon B. They're funny. Follow them on X. I'm sure they have other places to follow them as well. Back to Davis' course, was the robot thing real? Yes, I looked it up. It was real. So yeah, you look it up. The Chinese robot like Olympics, and it beat the world record of the fastest man by like a second, I think it said, of the 100-meter. I think his name was Bolt, the man who it beat. So oh, I lost my spot. Okay. I literally think we just need time. Hollywood quality versus user quality, maybe quality, will intersect at some point. I believe it will happen within a decade. Okay, we're another screenshot here. We have Fusion saying we screenshot that. Now we're doing this. Courtney has made a prediction, so we're gonna come back, everybody, in a decade. Let's come back. And let's see if we're right here. And then Fusion Space says, and that's why I embrace nihilism. I try to teach and no one listens, and so we burn. You know, I think it's important to teach, and you know, it's also not everyone has the same viewpoints. So you know, that's life. We all can teach what we know and try to teach what we know, and it's going to be up to the other person to agree or disagree or to learn or not. We're not always right. I'm not always right. I'm sure you're not always right. So to think that everyone has to listen to everything we say, that's scary. No, please don't listen to everything I say as like the facts. That's crazy. Dr. M69, it's hilarious watching checkers scramble to debunk these jokes that were never marketed as anything but humor. I mean, it's really funny. And you see the fact checks and you see like they ask Grok and things and it's like, no, this isn't, and Grok's so serious about it because it's a bot. But it's pretty fun to watch those. But yeah, the Snopes thing is hilarious. They've been doing a lot with Babylon Bee. I think they think Babylon Bee does real stories. You know, I really am pretty sure that it thinks it's like a news network. That I don't know. It's pretty hilarious. Fusion Space. I don't know why only songs. I'm not sure what we're talking about, but let's move to the next to see, because songs are all. They will have to remember the ones who knew how to write. Oh, that's the ending lines of the Odyssey, by the way. Okay, I was like, I don't get it. Yeah, and all our mistakes will be forgotten once again. Yeah, I mean, I think the Odyssey had a final monologue that a lot of people said like wrapped it all up, and I feel like that is kind of bad storytelling if they didn't get it until the final monologue, or whatever. But you know, it is what it is. I can't argue about all of that all night, but you know, I do agree that this one that's on the screen, that all our mistakes will be forgotten once again. Yeah, that's like the story of life. I've read the Bible. It's pretty much just repeated on repeat. Are humans doing stuff, then not learning from it a few generations later. So I agree, absolutely. Fusion Space. Everyone, you can watch Fusion Space stuff. He has a channel that he does and talks about this stuff more specifically. Yes, Dr. M69, you're talking a lot tonight. It's true, we are. I'm so tired, and I have so much work I still have to do tonight. And I say so much, I mean, I should have, yeah. I have so much work I should have gotten more done today. I felt like I was really slow. Like, have you ever had that where you're working and you're just not efficient and you're doing nothing different, but like your mind's just in other places, you're distracted? I mean, I've had some good distractions today. I've been more social today than this week. I've been social this week. So yeah, I feel like my mind has not been on work, and so when I'm trying to work, even though I'm not talking to anyone, I'm distracted. You know, like it's an interesting concept. So yes, we are talking, and Dr. N69, I enjoy respectful disagreement. Exactly. Fusion is making really good points. He obviously is very well versed in the entertainment stuff, which is why I said look at his stuff if you want to hear more of his opinions. We obviously don't agree on the woke or the men stuff specifically, but that's exactly why you have like the panels and different things, because we're all going to see something different from it. You know, we're all going to expect or see something different based on our own experiences, our own understandings of things, our own interpretations, our own life events, our own maturity levels. And, you know, not all of us are, you know, at the same expertise level of different things, but we still have opinions, and, you know, with social media, we share them, good or bad. Whether that's good or bad, we do. So I appreciate the respectful disagreements as well, and having the passion about it. I think it's important for us to be able to have differing opinions and passion about things, even if other people aren't agreeing or if we're not agreeing. I think that's a really good point. So thank you, Dr. M69, and everyone that is in here and has been in here and sticking around. There are 74 people lurking. Most of you aren't talking, but it's for the best, because you see I go through every single one. I don't know if we'll make it. We're almost there, I think. Oh, I put this up. I didn't even read this, so this has been on the screen for a while. That's great. That's great. Dr. M69, do I consider the men's thing a bad word? If we can't use neutral and correct words for uncomfortable topics, we lose the ability to engage in these discussions, and they control the narrative completely. No, it's not a word that I want to put, like, say on my channel for YouTube and stuff, but it's also like, you know, that's like a more of a YouTube word issue, but also it's not like a ladylike thing to talk about or to say in general. If I was in a conversation about biology, it's fine. I understand it. When I talk about, when we're changing the diapers and all of that, we don't use pee-pee, we use real words with our nephews, right, to describe what things are. So that word is more just of a censorship thing on YouTube. They're pretty, my hair's just like, what is this? It's like crazy. I think it's just like my hair is so thin, it gets knotted in like a second. I swear I brushed it. Yeah, sorry, I got distracted. So, yes, I just don't know what will be censored on YouTube. So that's for that one. YouTube doesn't censor curse words as much. Curse words I do avoid saying. I would consider that a bad word. I do not consider that word a bad word. I just don't know if that's something I can say on YouTube without getting like flagged or whatever. So that's why I'm not saying it. And I'm, immature, so I giggle when I see it. But no, when I discuss it, or when we're talking about biology and those things, yes, that is a fair word that I can use. So it's not, yeah, but I can agree that, yeah, if we lose the ability to say like certain words that are accurate, then we can't, talk about certain things. I agree. If I was doing a topic, I would be brave and let my account get flagged or whatever for saying words, but I would agree fully that we do have to have the ability to engage in these discussions, and otherwise, but that's also why they make certain words so bad. I'm not talking about that specific word. It's all on the screen. You all see it. But, like certain things, they because they want to control what words mean, how we use the words, if we're allowed to use the words. So I am with you, Dr. M69. We should definitely fight back against word policing. We should. So anyway, Fusion Space, I respect you. I respect you as a person, even if we disagree and you're doing the right thing for your family there. No one wants to be in Austin. I know. I hate Austin so much. Thank you. I know that we don't disagree, and you probably think that I need to learn a lot more about comics and stuff, and I would agree. I'm not an expert on that stuff, so I wouldn't take my word for any of this. Fusion Space also says, have a good night. Thank you, Fusion Space. Thank you for coming. He was a big part of the conversation. If I can figure out how to cut that up so we can have a little discussion on Hollywood, I will do that in a VOD later. So thank you for that help. Let's see, Courtney Harris. Oh my gosh, everybody. We're on our last 2. This is insane. We made it. 3 hours and 40 minutes later. This may not be something I can sustain if we get more people in the chat. But let's go. Courtney Harris. I meant uncanny as the AI tells in media will be solved eventually. Not sure if we were talking about the same thing. Lena, you were speaking about our human instincts being neutered. See, uncanny valley is something that is, I have a whole video about it, but it's basically something that is a biological reflex, a biological response. So that's where the uncanny valley phrase that we use nowadays in entertainment and media came from. So when I did the research on it, it's actually a biological response that Maury, so he was a robotics engineer. He came up with that in like the 1970s. So Masamori Mori, something like that. But his last name was Mori, and he was originally the one who coined that based on trying to make prosthetics for different people and realizing that there was a certain space that you got to the 99% realistic of the prosthetic, of the robotic limb, of all the robots. And that was the point where there was a sudden, immediate drop in our empathy level, in our a comfort level. It was when the ick factor hits, and it's called the valley because then you get that 99%, boom, that last 1%, it's the valley, and then it comes back up at 100% real. And so there's an actual uncanny valley, and in that uncanny valley is what happens the closer you get to almost perfect, almost real. Humans naturally, biologically respond to with disgust and fear, and it's a physiological response that is based on, you know, when you're in a herd and you're in a group, you're in a tribe, and you notice someone is sick, you notice something in their eye, something that you can tell before they actually show symptoms. There's just something, and it's a biological instinct reflex to protect us. So that's what the uncanny valley is created from. And so we now are seeing it being triggered with AI, with the visuals, with all of that. So it's actually a physical, biological, like a reflex. So there's a whole video I have on it that explains it. So we are talking about the same things. We're just thinking about it a little differently. I'm thinking about why the uncanny valley exists as a word and what it is triggering. And you're talking about just how it looks real to the eye, which there's a difference between that, because you can make something that we can't physically tell, like you can't tell that it's AI, but there's still an uncanny, there's a biological instinct. Like our brains are much smarter, our reflexes are like how we are, protective measures, all of those are subconscious and much more powerful and much more at higher level. The instincts, you know, the intuition, all of that is at a much more powerful level than what our eyes can know. So we can see something completely normal and you just have that gut feeling, you have that instinct. That's the uncanny valley stuff that happens. So that's what I'm talking about there. And then Courtney Harris, I think you modeled his views more faithfully than he modeled yours. I give you the edge here, but I'll check his stuff. Well, thank you. You know, I'm trying to be understanding, and I'm the one with the mic, so I definitely think it's important to try not to misrepresent what you guys are saying just because I'm interpreting. Sometimes I just do it on accident, but I really do try not to misrepresent what you're saying and try to represent what you're saying accurately to what you're saying, whether I agree or not. So thank you for noticing that. You guys are so nice to me. It's like ridiculous. I really like you all. Thank you. And Dr. M69, hey, you people knew we were done and you added more. So, okay, we're going to keep going. We're going to keep going. Dr. M69 says, I'm fairly sure you can say penis without YouTube banning you. I have heard it in videos before and the channels are fine. Also, can't you report your own video contents and keep YouTube happy? I do flag now that I've said the P word, now that I've said penis, I am such a child. Now that I've said that to the public, yes, now I will have to self-flag my videos, but I self-report, and I do that specifically, you know, just YouTube really likes it says that I'm very good at self-reporting, so I always mark those things when I'm feel like I'm doing something that could be flagged. I always self-report, not like flag it. I don't know if you guys, like when you're monetized, you have to like report your videos, like say if there's anything weird or something, you know, it's a big group, like list of things, and you can do mild, like each of the 10 areas have like little, medium, and large amount, right? And so I always do this, and I probably overdo it, but I'm, you know, more sensitive to that stuff, I guess. So yes, you know, I can self-report. So yes, and giggle if I have to. I did giggle because I am an adult. I'm an adult female human. I'm a woman. Just in case, since we were talking about this. So yes, I did giggle. Because that's how I roll, y'all. Okay, Courtney Harris says, why does AI trigger your fear of uncanny valley versus CGI, for example? Sorry for placing orders when the store is closing. Right, exactly. That's you. You're the one who does it. Again, you can watch it's an hour-long video. I did research on it. So this is not about triggering your fear. Like, it's not a thing you're aware of. It's just a physiological reaction, and CGI does as well. So it started, if you look at my video, it started when we really started getting good with CGI. It started with things like Polar Express, those things. So it's not just AI. AI is just because it's better. The actual video is about how I believe that not only is Uncanny Valley triggered with visual CGI or AI, but it's being triggered by our LLMs, our large language model AIs, because of the fake empathy, the fake human that you're talking to, and it's fake, and it's triggering us on a subconscious level, a physiological level that we cannot control, that we will have to be desensitized to get through the day. And it's just a theory on that it's causing a lot of this pent up anger and stress and some of the issues that we're having because of how we have to deal with the LLMs and the Uncanny Valley that is triggered, I believe, just like the Masamoto Mori had said originally with the robots. I believe that we're having a AI, like an empathy crash, like an Uncanny Valley, the empathy bubble is crashed because of the way that it fakes humanity, it fakes empathy, it fakes being a human in your discussions, and we understand, but we have, so it's a long video about it, but that is what the video is actually about. But it's any sort of fake thing. It's a physiological subconscious protective reflex. It's a protective thing that we have so that, you know, we understand when there's danger coming up. It's an animal instinct, so we do have to desensitize to it to be able to function with CGI and with AI, and especially more when we're dealing with the LLM versions of AI. So that's just a theory that I have. You can watch that video for a little more in-depth information about it. And then Dr. N69 says, I didn't know that's why they call it the Uncanny Valley, but cool. I like graphs. I mean, it really is interesting. That's why it's called the Uncanny Valley, because it's that 1% from 99 to 100. That's when you hit that valley in the and you look at the graph and it's like up, up, up. And so it even shows like when you have the basic robotic arms and things, you're fine, you enjoy it. You know, you have the R2D2, you have the little obvious robots, they're super cute, they're companions, we enjoy that. But then you get to the weird, almost human robots, that's when we start getting creeped out. And it's just like a physiological reflex. It's a protective instinct that humans have. So anyway, that is I find it fascinating, and it's something that I'm just was exploring for fun. And so that was the theory that I was coming up with about how the LLMs are triggering this, and you can see it in the reactions because we're being forced to deal with this, you know, almost 100%, you know, and imitating human life thing in our LLM systems talking back to us, and it is, I feel like, psychologically damaging to people, especially the youth who are growing up with this. So it's I guess no one really watched the video. I didn't get a whole lot of views, but I really had fun making that video. My camera was still really weird at the time. Like, I had just set it up here, but I was using like the camo video, which likes to make me yellow, because I guess it just feels like there's too much white everywhere, and with my skin, it just like it made everything yellow. I could not figure out how to not look yellow when I use the Camo Studio. So right now I'm using OBS, and it doesn't have the same issues. It just accepts that I am very pale and I match the wall, and it, you know, it's accepted that about me. I've accepted it as well. Okay, more Dr. M69. There you go, fighting back, and don't worry, I giggled right there with you. Thank you. I did the brave thing, and I said penis. I've now said it like 4 times, y'all. I hope I don't get flagged. I don't know, I get flagged about a lot of things, even when I don't say that word, so oh well. Okay, let's see. Courtney Harris says, this was cool, 5-hour live next time. Yeah, I mean, seriously, if I do 5 hours, I would need other people in here with me. I don't know that I don't know how I sustained this so long, but it was, yeah, I shouldn't be talking for 5 hours, and that seemed, I'm shocked that we did this. We did it together, everybody. Okay, the last one. I'm not accepting new things after Davis course. The Terminator robots. Yes, Terminator robots are a good example when you see the Uncanny Valley in practice. So, okay, everybody. I don't know, we did it. I feel like I should stay another 7 minutes just to hit 4 hours, but that just feels like excessive. So, oh, Courtney, seriously? I did say it was the last one, but here's another one. Just because I do kind of want to hit, I don't know, 7 minutes feels like a long time, but I can talk, so let's see how we do. I understand it triggers more extreme emotional backlash. I'm already used to unhuman or fake empathy with corpo sentiments like join the Subaru family, for example. Doesn't bother me, so like the corporate word doesn't bother me personally. Yeah, I mean, it's really, my theory is that it's not really about our personal thought of it. It's more just a fight or flight reflex that's being triggered that will cause, let's all full circle here, burnout eventually. The whole topic of the conversation, that it can cause emotional and physical burnout, actual clinical burnout, because we're in a constant state of fight or flight. Because of what's happening underneath, even when we're fine with it in person. So, it's a theory of mine. Again, watch the video if you really want to know more about what I think about it. This is me 4 hours into a conversation, well, almost 4 hours, 6 minutes away from 4 hours into a conversation. So my brain is tired, and I honestly, y'all, I really thought this was going to be like an hour stream. I really thought so. Let's really quickly, I'm not going to read any more comments on the air, but let me know, do you like, I did explain that my chat, I did not add in my CSS code to the font stuff. I did not add the font stuff to my CSS code. So I would have fixed that for this one, but I'm going to change my font obviously from white to black or something, but I could have done that earlier, but I just didn't have the coding put in there, so I'll add a font line to it, and I believe that will fix that so you can see the font better than the white. So do you like the chat on the side? Is that useful for people? I know some people are watching from X and they can't comment or whatever, but I don't know if that's useful. You know, you can see what's coming up, I guess. So let me know what you think of the chat having that up there. I could try to make it slightly larger. Again, I didn't want to mess with the settings as I was going. And also, what do you feel about the pinned comments? Do we like it? I know sometimes I have to like get close and I'm reading the screen because it's kind of far away from me, so it covers my face, but that's fine. Do you like the comments in there? It will make it a little harder to cut these up and mix them around without you getting maybe confused with where I'm at. But you know, that is how life works sometimes. Does it help you seeing them? Obviously, I still read them for the people just listening, but I do want to know. Let me know. You can let me know in the comments after this is over. If you sent a message by now, I haven't seen it, and I have like less than 4 minutes left here, everybody. I feel like I'm gonna try to wrap it up. I'm gonna take a drink. You guys, I'm very tired. I have not eaten. I need to figure out dinner now. The reason, you probably don't care, but I'm filling in the last minutes. The reason that I don't eat before the stream is because when I eat, I get tired, I get sleepy, you know, while my body digests. So that is something I know about myself. So I have to wait and have my Coca-Cola, my caffeine, and my pure sugar, and then I eat after, just so that I can be awake and not be so tired that I just want to sleep. It's also like I don't drink ever. Just not gonna happen. I have drank in my life, but like if I even just have a sip or two, I'm just tired and I just want to sleep. I'm not fun. So that's the reason I don't drink. Okay, and then let's see. Driz Crab says, I personally don't look at the chat. Pinned comments are fine though. Okay, well that's cool. Yeah, because I mean, so that's like a pretty neutral. That helped me nothing. It did not help me, Just Crab, but I do appreciate your thoughts on it. A lot of people probably are just listening. Not, I mean, I don't do any visuals. It's just me. So that, yeah, that might not be, most people are probably just like on the side. It's kind of there. It's how I listen to a lot of streams and things. I watch a lot of panels and stuff. And I just kind of have it on in the side. I don't watch it. So yeah, I'm imagining most people aren't sitting there watching the chat through it. So I don't know, again, if that is useful. Pretending that the chat I used today was like black font or like a royal blue or something, so you could read it. Pretending that, and a little larger because I really had to resize it to make room for the pinned comment during the live chat. So pretend I fixed that problem, then you know, is that something you like? And let's see. Dr. M69 says, I think chat replay and the pinned comments are all great. I don't need it as much being on YouTube, but it's great for multi-platforms. That's what I was thinking, because a lot of people, maybe if you're on Rumble or if you're just on X, you're either, you don't really have that chat ability, so you can't see what's coming up. You can't see the fun conversation. Sometimes there's things that I haven't gotten to that you're just like, I can't wait till I get to that comment. Probably like me saying words that I'm not going to continue to say for the 80 millionth time. But yeah, so I appreciate that. I appreciate those thoughts. And then Just Crab also says, well, I'm often on my phone, which has the chat at the bottom, and it's more prominent. I guess I'm trying to think. Yeah, I guess it does do that. So the chat's like, I don't know, depending on mobile. I'm like on desktop a whole lot. I don't use YouTube on my mobile very often. So that's a good point. I really should look into how everything is seen when it's live and where it is. Right now I'm streaming from Rumble Studio. I just do that for free. I just started using it. It seems to be working. It's fairly easy to use. And it streams to YouTube and Rumble and X. So I feel like X has the least ability to interact. I've never gotten a person from Rumble commenting, but it exists. I see 2 of you are there. A whole 2 people. I have 75 people watching this. I don't know who you are, but I appreciate you. Hello. But yeah, so the 2 from Rumble do not comment, so I don't know why. I do have it set on all. I don't know what activity is. I don't really want to click it and have to like do something weird, but Davis Course says, today I just listened while I was cooking dinner. I think the pinned comment seems to work well. Good. I'm glad. It kind of helps me, like figure out where I am and remember. Except for that it moves around once I pin it, and then like my whole chat gets like moved up and weird, so it kind of messes with that. But that's a me problem. That's an operator error. so I'll work on that for everybody. And yes, I got that you meant pinned, but I will show that he knows English and he understands the difference. So we have proved it here in the follow-up comment, Davis Course. So thank you for that. Oh my gosh, everybody, we hit 4 hours and 1 minute. I am done. I'm just done. I'm ready to eat, and I have some work to do, and I have early meetings. So I blame you all for this extra hour, but it was fun. So hopefully you guys all enjoyed, and I am going to press end. So goodbye, everybody. Thank you for being here, and I will see you next time. I don't know when that will be. Possibly next Tuesday. Tuesdays seem to work the best for me, but this Tuesday I couldn't. Check my posts. I probably won't post it on X, but I'll probably post it on YouTube if I have a schedule that I can make. Otherwise I may just show up, and good luck. Just look for me. I don't know. Get your notifications on. Okay, I'll see you guys. Bye. I don't know when it will say stop.